Hmm.
Sorry, chat. I'm debugging something with Dem and Frisky. We're trying to get on to W Place and like do stuff, but their browsers are not cooperating. Okay.
Yeah,
the heck is you guys have like ad blockers or something running as well? What extensions you got going? Turn those off.
I only got LastPass and uBlock.
Well, turn off LastPass. I don't know what that is, but turn it off.
It's just it just remembers my passwords for me. It doesn't do anything.
Still, turn it off. They just turn off any extensions. We'll find out if something's breaking it. Assuming it has a toggle.
It doesn't.
It does not.
It's
okay.
literally just
whatever. All right, turn off your ad blocker.
Mine
though.
didn't work. My ad blocker, no. I turned it off and it didn't. I think.
That was not the button.
Thing, is it?
Yes, it is. This is the button. Oh,
this?
unless you're looking at them.
Oh, okay. I thought you were trying to hit the other button. You got to refresh the page.
No.
No,
okay, this is off, I think.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Yeah. Okay, hard refresh.
How strange.
Oh yeah, Chai says it doesn't work when he loaded Edge, Chrome, or Firefox.
What the heck?
Well, you're on the way different one, Dem.
Well, me and Tay have the same browser.
Yeah,
so
we're using the same exact
weird.
browser.
Yeah.
Neither of us need to update either. Try painting a bit and see if it like kicks me out or something.
Maybe you should control 5F512. See what happens, you know?
Yeah, I can try that.
After you stop painting?
Yeah. Loaded fine.
Huh.
Yeah.
I wonder why it works for Tay.
I need to kill Tay.
What did I do?
My bad.
This is messed up.
I guess
Now
we're
you know
just
how I
not
feel.
painting today. No
Yeah,
painting for us.
Very strange. Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I was gonna make it for a paint stream.
Yeah, it's fine. I can go back to my original idea for stream.
Yeah.
And then Tay can do his what is it? Doom.
My guy was about to paint.
Yeah, we're going Picasso in this bitch.
I was ready to. I was ready to do that.
When was your stream amount to
What are you trying to say, Frisky?
Was you not meant to start your stream at 1? I don't know.
Me?
No, Tay.
Huh? My stream.
When did you start your
7.
stream? Oh, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You only 5 hours?
Yeah, 5 hours. 5-hour difference.
Yeah, because Tay's on the East Coast. So
I
he's just
forget all
across
these
the ocean from you.
I forget all these Americans.
Well, the US
okay.
is big.
We don't think about you much either.
I said I forget about it. I didn't say I didn't think. I try my best to think. I have a problem thinking. Why would you be so mean?
Yeah, you have a problem thinking.
Frisky's brain is smooth.
It's so fucked up.
I mean,
You heard it
said
here first, chat. Tay hates me.
I hate you. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want me to, I guess I can.
Oh no.
Anyway, yeah, once you guys can actually access the website, I'll be happy to explain how to do stuff. Yeah.
Put this on.
I think
right now.
I think I'm
I know
gonna
it sounds
sleep.
strange, but you have to do
Yeah,
it.
go get some rest, Frisky.
Right.
Thanks for
I'm
playing
gonna
with me
run.
today. Bye, Tay.
See ya. Have a good night. Okay. We will continue to the doom. I was hoping we could get on W Place and start drawing. That'd be fun, right? We have art, me and Dem, together, and I figured that would be a great thing to put on there. And then, like, you know, like a little mini ad. You can call it an advertisement, I guess. No one's gonna care, but you know, fun little thing for us to do. Little community thing. But that did not pan out. They could not open it in the first place. Something wrong with the website, I guess. Got a fly in the room that is getting way too comfortable. It was like right up in my face. How rude. Yeah, let's get Doom going. Where did I put? What did it? Here it is. Here it is. And Frantic, your dinner? What do you mean? Right here. Here we go. Oh wow. I am lagging. Is it over? Okay. It stopped killing me. Tweak one last thing. There we go. Spire of Nerathun. That sounds very like Lord of the Ringsy. Thera and the Creed were pulled into an unknown dimension. The Makers discover a way inside. Ooh, here we go. Where the hell are we?
Why would they hide this from us? The Makers didn't know it was here. Hold your position.
I'm trying to remember how to play the game. It's been a minute. Okay. Which one is it? Here we go. Oh. Oh, we got it. Hello. Oh. Dang it. Oh. This ancient monster? Hello? What? That thing was crazy. Ow. Give me the toe with that one. Damn it. I'm not pleased with the fact that they chose the Arachnotron to pair with this guy. Because the Arachnotron's really just... I'll be very blunt and say it's really just a friggin' annoying enemy anymore. Because you can't, like, dodge its projectiles. They just gave it a freaking machine gun. There you go. Oh, okay, buddy. Yeah, through a wall. That's cool. Some real high quality gameplay. Oh. I slipped. At what range, man? Holy crap. Yeah. Oh, there he is. I felt like that was on time, but I guess... Seriously? That's the second time that's happened, where I'm in the middle of fighting this guy and I just get randomly shotgunned. Yeah, so far, might be my least favorite enemy of the game. It's kind of wacky. And by wacky, I mean like wonky, like doesn't work how I expect enemies to. Bro's just kind of floating. And they really just paired him with the worst possible option, in my opinion. I cannot close the distance on this motherfucker. Thank you. God damn. Okay. I'm sorry, this fight sucks. This is just a bad fight. I'm gonna be so real with you. Square root of 90 doesn't have one. I mean, it has one, but it's not a clean number. I don't know, it's some fraction. Yes, technically it does, but it's not a real number. I don't know the random fraction. What is it? I don't know. It's more than 9, but it's not 10. I know that much.
Put this on right now.
Are
I
you
know it
freaking
sounds
kidding me?
strange,
This
but
fight
you
is
have to
dog
do it.
water, dude. This is such a stupid fight. I'm already over it. Excuse me, sir. Yeah, no, this is bad. This is actually just awful. I'm kind of sick of it. Yeah, you're just gonna sprint at me. That's your tactic. Low-key, I hate the slow-mo for this fight. It's not helping. Because it messes with your timing. Yep, see? It's messing me up, actually. Because if you don't get it, the timing changes massively. This guy is, for some reason... There's a lot of things wrong with this design, actually. Quite displeased. The floatiness of it is the biggest problem. He doesn't seem to actually know what he wants to do as an opponent. Then they added the most annoying possible add to it. As like your resource farm. I definitely hit that on time, but okay. Excuse me? Yep. Okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Cool. Hi, world. I'm getting tilted in the Dark Ages for the first time so far. This is the only time I've been upset. And it's this really stupid boss that looks like it was made by someone who was on an internship or something. Like they just let the intern design this one. They said, "Nah, it's fine, man. Don't worry about it." It is in fact not fine. Brother. If it didn't have that stupid gun on its back, it would actually be really easy to fight. But they knew that, which is why they gave it to him. This is just an awful showing. I'm disappointed. Dude, sit still. Seriously? I wish to never see that enemy ever again. That was stupid. That had the worst feel of any boss so far. In any of the games, actually. It just, I don't know, maybe like super heavy, whatever you want to call them. There's a boss for that fight. I'm sure they'll like introduce it as just like a lesser version of it later. And then I'll be very disappointed. But yeah, no, that just wasn't, that wasn't good. That thing was jank. That was, gosh, that was just, it felt like a really dated boss design, because it kind of just ran to random points and then would do a move set and then move on. It didn't care what was in between. It didn't care about anything. Kind of ignored everything else. Every other boss so far, every other challenging encounter has been so much better. You know, more polished. What's that? Ow. Heck of a thing to return the game to, or return to the game and run straight into. I guess they can't all be bangers, right? I'm sure it'll be really annoying to deal with though when they right, G. Really annoying to deal with when they actually decide to spawn it. It's like a normal quote-unquote enemy.
Inside this tomb is a deity that will lead you to their location. The bishop's ministry has asked that the Slayer alone take this mission. They trust no one else. I cannot disobey the church, but will be on alert.
not missing anything, right? Yeah.
The entire structure was built just to keep this creature in stasis. We need to wake it up. Makers have given us directions.
Targets identified. Locking coordinates.
I assume it's down here. Yeah. Oh, dang it, I missed that one. Yeah, it's the first one I have missed. Congrats. Because I briefly forgot what the controls were exactly. The funny little plant. Here we go. I guess it just let me kill it. Sure. The Arachnotron. Well, I still hate the Arachnotron. I'll be honest, I'm really not happy that they gave it just like a flat machine gun. It's a disappointment of a mechanical decision, because it's just not that fun. Having everything else be like projectiles and bullet hell, having it just be like haha gun. It's like, I see how it is. Oh, that's what I hear. That's not very helpful to get up there, though. Can I... Maybe? If I go in here... No? Okay. Hmm. Maybe that will break through this and you can go up that way. Gotta get in there though. care of those guys, no problem. I have to move something onto that. I wonder if these count. Does not look like it. No, I don't think so. Good try, though. Good try. Alright, cool. Another ruby. I think that's the one I already have. Let's go check. No, I haven't gotten that one yet. How do I get in there? Oh, you can't go down there? There we go. Back here? Nope. Funky looking. Howdy, boys. Let's check behind us. That was a good first idea. The map says there's something right beneath us. What the fuck is this? No, I don't think I want to use it. That was crazy. I've barely fought those enemies. I know they've been around for a little bit now, but yeah, I had no idea about them. Anyway, I will defeat them. Excuse me. Okay, this is getting a little unreasonable from here. Hey, Shadow. How's it going? Back from dinner, frantic. What'd you have for dinner? Excuse me? Damn. I finally met the Komodo, and I'm displeased. Subway cold cut? Nice, nice. Was it worth the money? I've not heard good things about the value from Subway. Not really lately. That's unfortunate. Yeah, even shout out. It's not $10. $10. Yeah. I would have some expectations for $10. It doesn't have to be like the best thing I've ever eaten, but $10. It's doubloons for what you're getting, yeah. Probably mostly bread, eh? Okay, I guess, did I block that? There we go. In the Dark Ages got a new update. It's so much better now. What did they change? I didn't even know it got updated. Okay, what just happened there? Who is this guy and why does he have a machine gun? Ammo salvage? I don't know if I've unlocked that one yet. I am this dude's #1 hater right now. I keep getting pissed off because every enemy that I have trouble with is, what's it called? Just has a fucking machine gun instead of any of the other weapons that are like supposed to be in use. I'm not sure which one you're talking about though. I might already have it. Yeah, they just keep using these cheesy ass weapons and it's like I can't dodge a machine gun. It's really getting on my nerves. Tired of getting hit by the unblockable in my game, all about blocking. I mean, you can literally block it, but like, that's not helpful when I'm fighting literally anything else. The shield and shotgun? Like, while this guy is chasing me? Actually, not even this guy, different guy. That is literally what I tried to do, and I died for it. Against the arachnotrons, that works fine. But this bastard. One shot. I don't believe it. If I can get behind him, maybe. He spawned it. Oh. Okay then. He spawned a very different enemy this time. Last time he had the armored Hell Knight. which was on my ass. But I guess that's not a problem this time. Yes, I had a similar problem with but you encountered an Arachnotron. No, I had the Arachnotron with the Komodo though, and that was really irritating me because you have to, I mean, you have to look at your enemy to kill him, right? So the moment you look away from the Komodo, it immediately starts doing its wacky, you know, flailing armored inflatable tube man combo at you, and it's like this is like if you put Doom in like the Dark Ages or something. Yeah, I mean it's pretty close. Yeah, you know, you make a good point. They should have titled it something like that instead of whatever they did. Kind of weird. Missed opportunity. Yeah, no, you can't win them all. So far, yeah, the Komodo is actually my least favorite boss, and by quite the margin. Like, I think they genuinely missed on that one. Like, others were like kind of unreasonably difficult or something. I just didn't enjoy it. I got kind of sick of that Komodo pretty quickly. Like half a sec. Yeah. It's all good. If I'm not mistaken, this guy also uses shields, that is. Or not shields, machine guns. And I despise him for it, because it's just point and click for an enemy. Yeah, like that. They just get to do damage, basically for free. I wasn't holding that distance. Those are still there. Okay, there we go. There's the actual kill animation. What damage per projectile? Any more would be, I think, unreasonable. For something that you only can shield and you can't really, I guess you could intuitively guess, but like you wouldn't actually know is coming. I don't know. I'm not thrilled with the machine guns on enemies. That is so far my biggest pet peeve. UV? Yeah, I'm on UV. I wasn't gonna do Nightmare. I'm happy I didn't now that I'm encountering machine guns, because I know that I would be very annoyed. Okay. Classic machine gun. Per projectile in Nightmare, I would be so upset. They've killed me more than anything else. Because it's like one of those things you just can't really do anything about it. You can't dodge it. You can't really do much. And I think that's not good. What is shooting me? What is happening here? Oh, this bastard. Okay. Oh, what the hell's going on? Excuse me. You know, I would say mixed things about sums it up. I've had mixed feelings. I think it's overall a good game. I think it's just really hard to measure up to 2016 and Eternal. Like I said, my biggest, like, just straight up mechanical complaint is that some of the enemies just have machine guns that you can't use the rest of the game's mechanics on. Which would be interesting if they were engaging in some way, but they're just kind of annoying. Other than that, there's definitely just some like jank around some of the mechanics. But they don't always like work as you would expect or hope. Very generous in terms of, at least in my experience, in terms of whether like an enemy projectile hits you or not. Like they're happy to just give it to them. Where it's like, you know, I don't feel like that hit me, but maybe it hit my big toe. You know, that type of thing. Which I don't feel like was the same in 2016 or Eternal. I think it was a bit tighter. Is that it wasn't that good before the update, but now it's really good? What changed? You haven't explained. Explain yourself. You say now it's good, but you have to tell us. Tell the class. What's the actual important detail here? Something funky back there. Anyway, I fell down like several times. I probably missed things. Like this gold here. A lot of quality of life changes. New war gold. Yeah, I mean, like, if I would give, one of the complaints that I've heard was that the music isn't really all there, like, not as good as the previous ones. You know, I have to agree with that one. I don't think, I mean, they lost Mick, so that kind of hurt, the overall, like, feel and quality. I think it's, again, it's hard to compete with, like, 2016, especially on the music, because I don't know when exactly Mick left, but you can tell that, like, there is a tone difference. Between his music and not his music, basically. I mean, it's still here. It doesn't hit the same. A 35-minute video. That is a long video, yeah. So a lot of just general improvements. That's good. I haven't noticed anything yet, so. Thanks, Aaron. Yeah, the Komodo feels really.
You may now access the nearby stasis emitter.
So far, it's going to be the sticking point for me, I think. You've gotten something new. Something new, Iron. What is it? Yeah, the Komodo is going to be a sticking point for me. I do not like that enemy. At least I didn't like the boss fight version. Maybe as like a normal enemy, he's not so bad. But the boss fight version was kind of not fun. I figured out his moveset pretty quickly, and then it was just kind of boring after that. They would throw arachnotrons at you, and it's like, well, they have a machine gun, so I have to deal with it. But, oh, I dealt with it, but now I'm getting hit in the back. Like by by the enemy who's way faster than me. Just to be clear there. Because the Komodo's really fast even without like doing its attacks, but its attacks are huge.
Vital signs rising.
Hit from where? In the back. Believe it or not. I mean, you probably believe that. Because you'll be facing the Arachnotron, right? And it'll come up behind you and whack you. Oh, okay, it's one of those. Send some images of the new thing. Okay. Let me finish spinning down his throat real quick. There we go. Bro's hella fast. Got him. I missed the last one. I was a little slow on the pull. Maybe not the last one, but one of them. Yo, it's a flip phone. It's a flip phone. Holy crap, they're back. I think my brother actually has something similar to that. Yeah, those are cool. It is thin. I mean, you have a lot of I mean, imagine it's thicker than like a normal phone overall, like total. Not by a lot, but like just a little bit. And then I mean, it just makes it the same, you know? Functional. Yeah, I see something down there. He sees on wrong account. You have another account. Oh, welcome back. I don't know if I'm doing this in the right order, but bad record. No clue. Never heard them before. Alright, what's this final rune? Parried Hell Surge projectiles are now converted into bolts of lightning. When the lightning bolt impacts the target, it will trigger a lightning strike that stuns nearby enemies. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah, for one streamer I've watched for a while, I swapped most things a while ago though, separated emails and such. Ah. Yeah, I think I've had the same email. Trying to think of for how long. A long time. Slightly thicker than my S23 Plus folded. Yeah, that's crazy. I'm trying to think, like, how does that even work? Because you gain a little bit of space with the thickness, but like, do you just make the phone's walls thinner? You have to do something to make enough room to power all that, and you got to have a bigger battery too, because you have a bigger screen to power. Unless you have a better monitor, like a better display that takes less power. Man. Look at the USB-C port. Hold on. Let me look. Let me look again. Oh, it barely fits. You hardly have a USB-C port. There's like no sidewall there. Be careful with that. Okay, so I think the next thing I'm gonna get is this, because this looks strong as hell to just stun everything. That seems huge. When do I... Where's the next shrine, man? I've not been able to hit up a shrine in a minute. Oh, there's one up there. Good. I know there's a ruby in there. Yeah, that's crazy. I did hear, I feel like I heard anyway, something about an issue with the screen durability, like it's getting scratched easily or something. I don't know how true that is. I'm just telling you to, you know, maybe check that out. Make sure you're mindful with it if it's true. Internal screen's toughness is a bit weaker. That's about what I would expect, so. I think that was supposed to be like an obstacle course, but I kind of just walked through it. Gosh, 2 screens, and one's really big. It's so crazy. Gotta be careful with debris when closing. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking about, was like, okay, so you shove it in your pocket, right? But you got like stuff in your pocket. You know, like instant problem right there. Like, oh, you had a pen in your pocket too, and it kind of just... Oh, hello. Using it for a job as a work phone, so I was quizzing around it prior. Oh, nice. So you have like someone to actually get immediate info on it from before you bought it. So, you know, I would have been tempted by something like that when I got my new phone, if not for the whole like VTuber thing. Because it just doesn't have the face tracking. It's a dang shame. Wish it did. I'm not exactly like an Apple fanboy. Like, I want a specific technical feature. It's the only one that offers it. You know, it is what it is. Yeah, I want to say, since my brother has one like it, I could probably just bother him about it if I was ever interested. Ooh, fire. Fire hot. Ow. Damn. Oh, he just disappeared. I thought I was gonna get a Maiwa Moshinderu. Right, you know, have him teleport behind me. But no. Gone. Yeah, I'm still, honestly, I'm still really upset about my phone before this one. I mean, iPhone's fine, there's nothing. It doesn't, like, blow me away, but it just works, which is fine. And nothing personnel, kid. Yeah. That's what I was expecting. Probably didn't happen. Which, yeah, no, it matters a lot because my old phone, I had gotten an Android. I'd always had Android, and it was never an issue prior. But I got one, and it was, you know, a bit new, and all that. And it didn't work, like, ever. Like, from when I got it. Power is your next shot. Oh, I use Chrono Spike instead of Empower, or Salvage. I like the slow-mo. And then that one I've decided isn't really. I do have to start using the rocket launcher more. I think. This is a good one to grab. Vampirism for that. Let's go look at this. I'm very interested in this one. Stuns are awesome. There we go, got all of it. Still not sure what the last melee weapon is, and I'm concerned with upgrading these. But hey, now we're all good to go. We're stunned. You know, like it just straight up never worked. Like I'd get in the car, right? It would hook up to Android Auto, and immediately my phone would start crashing. It's like, man, I'm just trying to play Spotify. What do you mean you can't run that? Like, huh? And I put up with that for a good long while until I eventually was just like, this is like, it was getting worse. You know, it would be like, instead of just like maybe once if I didn't plug it into the USB-C, it would be like every time, several times per 10-minute car ride. I was going insane. So I was like, okay, you know what? I think I just need to get a new phone. So I started looking around and it was just like, oh, the new Apple iPhone is the same price as the flagship Android. And, you know, there's a lot of things to not like about Apple, but it does have those features I want. And I know that it will work. And if it doesn't, I'll have like recourse for that pretty easily. Like it won't be a problem. You know, if it comes in the box and it's not working, like that won't be a big issue. Isn't there specifically stuff back here? Yeah, there is. Yeah, I am told, of course, that, you know, like the flagship Android phones and like the nicer ones are like worth the money and they'll be fine. But I was very annoyed that I got something that was new and like more on the budget end. I think it was like $500 or something. But you know, you don't expect a tenth of the quality for half the price. Like that's not great, not a good deal. I'll also glaze getting off of any of like the main mobile providers if you can. Because I know my parents are on Verizon. The prices are awful. I don't know why they stick with it. Yeah, no, it's just bad. And then I was like, okay, I'm just gonna tape it laser. Yeah, I'm putting in glass. Hold on. Can I get this guy? Come on. Why is it stopping my burst all the time? What the heck, man? That's kind of messed up. Laser. Oh my god. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, so I was like, okay, T-Mobile also, it was basically the same price. So I looked at like the more like budget carriers, quote unquote, and it was like, oh, like if you don't need tons of data, they're actually fine. Like I just need to be able to make phone calls and play Spotify when I'm outside of my home. I do not need to stream 4K. You know, Ultra HD on my cell phone while I'm in another country. Like, I'm not doing that. So now I'm just on Mint. Although, there are plenty of options. It's far from the only one. Go with whatever one you like, but definitely don't pay that full price unless you're going to use the features that they're like selling themselves on. You know, if you're going international, if you need to take, you know, business calls every day and you need it to like always work perfect, then yeah, like the extra cost will get you that. But most people are not in that situation. So it probably just doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, don't you guys get like discounts if you're like active duty or something? Or is there a specific carrier? I'm not sure. Yep. Ah, okay. Where's the big guy? Oh, he's way over there. Hold on. Let's get our big guy out. Damn, dude. Okay, chill. I don't know why that launched me like it did. Holy crap. See, that's what I'm saying about the machine guns and why I don't like them. They just kind of just whip them out whenever they feel like. And it's just, it feels cheap. To me, anyway. They just whip it out. They just get to free damage. I can't do that. It's strong. On some BS, I tell you. I should have clicked that thing where I got launched. I made a clip now, but it's a little late. Jeez. Reminds me, Hext was clipping. I should really get around to bothering him about that. Oh, okay. Can't jump it. That's definitely like an arena. What? Wait, a Revenant? No, I'm not using my life sigil on that. He spawned in and immediately hit me, didn't they? How rude. Where the hell did it put me? All the way back here? That's actually messed up. I'm getting trolled. I'm a little puzzled by that. I feel like it should have saved after I finished the fight out here, but okay. Anyway, when I was saying that I just don't feel like this game is as like polished, and it's hard to compare it to something like 2016 or Eternal, kind of what I mean. I do feel like there's a lack of polish, which isn't like the worst thing you can say about a game by any stretch. It's still fun, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure they did what they were hoping they were gonna do. Maybe that's the right way to phrase it. Huh? There was still another invisible dude? Alright. So I'm still not using it. I'm getting annoyed. If this guy didn't have a machine gun, this would be a lot more enjoyable of a fight. Well, if I use it, I lose it. You know, this isn't like an important enough fight. This is an annoying fight, but it's not that important. It's not a boss fight or nothing. Yeah, I don't know how else to say it. It's just a lot of the difficulty I've encountered so far on Ultraviolence, past getting used to like the mechanics and stuff, has largely felt artificial, if that makes sense. Whereas I felt like in Eternal, I was just not like, I wasn't mastering things, you know? You know, it was a fair fight, I just lost, kind of a deal. With a handful of exceptions where I feel like the setup was a bit much in Eternal. That one in particular, right near the end of the DLC. Because, you know, there's a point where, of course, you know, skill can trump any unfair challenge, but doesn't make it a good challenge. It just means that some people are really wildly skilled. I always found games like I Want to Be the Guy and stuff interesting because it kind of just destroys the whole, like, okay, getting launched again. The whole, like, oh, just get good at the game kind of thing in the bit. Like, it just throws it away. It's like, yeah, you can just be that good. I think, like, as far as I know, there's one person who has completed that game, I get to my knowledge. And it's like, yeah, it's still a bad game. Like, objectively. Like, it's not a good video game. No one wants to play I Want to Be the Guy. No one does that. It's not a cult hit. Not even close. It is a failure of a video game. It is an art piece. And it's a great art piece. But it's not a good video game. Which I suppose that's pretty important too, is to differentiate, you know, an art piece from something else. Screwed up that jump. Hey, Amy, how's it going? Bonk. That's where it wants me to go. But has it saved yet? I think it's saved. So I think, like, on a technicality earlier, the reason it didn't save before I went into that fight was because I hadn't cleared out all the enemies. Because of these guys over here, but they're not like part of that fight, really. It's very iffy. Yeah, we're gonna see. We're gonna see if it saves. Because if it didn't, I'm gonna be even more upset at the game, design-wise. Okay, it did save. Good. As it should have after I beat it, the guys outside. But okay. Arr. What the hell? What? Excuse me? Dude. This is unreal. I'm very frustrated, specifically at the fact that he keeps doing the shield move when I feel like we're too close to have for him to be doing that at all. I don't know why he's pulling it out in the first place. What? Oh my god. They just keep spawning those, don't they? Dude, I'm right here. Oh my freaking god. No, I'm not using the stupid life sigil when I'm getting cheesed. Just so I can get cheesed again. This is stupid. Legitimately, this is stupid. This is a stupid fight. Stop cheesing me, pretty please. I don't feel like that's like a crazy request. Dude. Oh my god. Oh yeah, by the way, Ravager just sucks. I don't really understand its purpose. I guess it's good for like farming, but that's it. You want to farm some health, I guess. Thing kind of sucks otherwise. Chain shot, I guess it's good for armor. Similarly, kind of sucks. Not really sure what it's for. I mean, like, I know on principle what it's for, but it doesn't. Oh my god, thank you. You hate me so much. Oh, yep. Oh. I really appreciate that. This is an awful fight. What do you mean it broke my shield? I'm really not liking this fight. And when you kill one of the revenants, they just spawn a new one, so there's no point in getting rid of them. I solve like 3 seconds. And the stupid skulls go right through them. Which I... Okay, yeah, sure. Why are the lightning strikes not happening? Is it bugged? So I should be getting stuns here, and they're just not happening. Like, they happen sometimes, but I've seen them, like, miss. Wow, it is actually instant. You kill one revenant, it just spawns another. Dude, you gotta be kidding me right now. There's no way. There's no way. How are you supposed to do this? Am I supposed to have a mini nuke in my pocket? Like, what? I just don't understand. Bro's in love with his shield. Oh my god. Okay. Yep. 4. Yep. Right? Okay, whatever, man. Let's reset. I'm already down. I just started. There's no point in that. I love getting sandwich. It's great. I think I'm officially of the opinion that I actually don't like having slow-mo at all. I'd rather if this game didn't have that feature. 'Cause it messes up all of my timings. Because it just like happens, it's not a gradual thing. I find it like turbo disruptive. Okay, first of all, I fired a shot and it got stuck in the air. It literally got stuck in the air. Second of all, what the hell, man? Their obsession with shoving you in a small space with an enemy that moves at like Mach 10 or has ridiculous health or something like that is, I don't know. It's giving I'm jealous of FromSoft. Bro, you're stunned. What? He broke the rules. Bro's ignoring the stun. Finally. That was unreasonable. The fight alone with him would have been plenty challenged. Did they really need to shove a infinitely respawning Revenant in with him? Easy. Yeah, easy. Easy, sure. Oh man. Alright, maybe I was too harsh on Midori. Maybe I'm starting to see why someone might be like, you know what? I don't want to finish this game. I'm starting to understand why he didn't like it. I think I like it more than he did. Still. I'm understanding the criticism. Yeah, so far, if I was to like just pick things that I dislike from every single game, every single Doom game, that is. I think this one would have the longest detail list because it's more specific things. It's not like a general trend of like, oh, you know, or like a fundamental thing. Like 2016, probably my biggest gripe of the whole game. I'm not using a life sigil on this idiot who just got me stuck in a corner. That attack is supposed to push you, but he got lucky and got me on a weird, awkward corner. So I got stuck and he got to spam it. Yes, 2016 is the imps are just like really, really powerful and really accurate, whilst being numerous. Eternal, oh, gosh, what exactly was it with Eternal? Trying to remember it. I mean, with the DLC, it was a little more obvious. It was more of just like the setups were a bit much sometimes. It was just like, you actually expect me to fight that? You do have a dash for the imps in Eternal. That is true. Like I said, in 2016, I didn't like the imps. Eternal, not so bad. They presented an issue, but it was like a solvable kind of problem, which is fine. I'm trying to remember what exactly my issue was in Eternal, and I think it really just came down to some of the new enemies not being, they weren't, like, it wasn't fantastic. The newer design stuff wasn't always stellar, that sort of thing. I'm more nitpicky, especially in the DLC. If I had to pick one thing, it was definitely that battle near the end with the two marauders. But in this one, so far, just in general, I'm really not impressed with the enemy design compared to the other two games. There's some interesting ideas, but I don't feel like they've really outdone themselves in any way. But they have definitely added things that I don't like to enemy design. Like this goo. It's definitely on the list. Machine guns are my least favorite thing, though, that they added. Strong hatred for machine guns. Giving the enemies in your bullet hell Sekiro, like, I don't know what to call this, in whatever this is, giving them a hit scan weapon. I don't think I have a hit scan weapon at all, so to give them one is a bit, I don't know, not a fan of it. I feel like actually, come to think of it, my long range options are kind of very limited, aren't they? You kind of have the cycler, it's okay at that. You have, was this the eviscerator or whatever, impaler? That's about it. Compared to having the assault rifle in Eternal, which was a really good long range weapon. But now you also can't disable the arachnotrons. There were machine guns in Doom Eternal too. I don't remember them. I don't remember being shot at by a machine gun. At least not the same kind where it just hit scanned you. What enemy had that? I know the Arachnotrons didn't. And every other projectile I remember also had like the same kinds of travel times that yours, like your own ones did. So you could technically still dodge them. But I guess the movement tech of Eternal, letting you dodge them, was different as well. You know, being able to get to cover quickly was nice.
It's awake, but it can't free itself.
Excessive ordnance is now required.
The Makers say there is a powerful weapon here that can release the creature. We're marking it on your map now.
You think it's good? Ow. I'm gonna need an explanation on how getting hit scanned is better than all the other projectile weapons. But what makes that good? Is I'm not sold by any stretch. Suddenly having my screen filled with, oh my god, you're getting shot, flash 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 flash, is not loving it. Today an old man learns why you should never guzzle another man's fudge without asking first. What? Who's stealing the fudge? Makes you use your shield more often. Like, you have to be reactive, and I like it. You're also much higher on the skill tier than I will probably ever be in Doom. So that might be a difference. My experience so far has been, okay, well now I have my shield up and it's broken. And then the big enemy that it, you know, is spawning the Arachnotrons for, is now beating my face in. Great. Like, it's not get good one day. Probably not. I will move on to another game. Much like the ordinary gamer. Suffice to say, if there were some in Eternal, I definitely didn't notice them. At least not in the same kind of way. I've died, unironically, to the machine gun. What is that? Ammo salvage? What do you mean by ammo salvage? Wait, why is my jump not? Am I, like, losing sprint? Let me try. Oh, there we go. I was losing sprint on the edge of the... okay. Yeah, on the edge of the stairs. Uh-huh. Of course. Where am I going? Am I going the right way? Yeah. Also something up here, it looks like. There's an ability called salvage, but I like the... It's the only time I like it is the slow down time thing. I find it useful for parrying certain things. Namely the Revenants. But a couple of the other, like, faster abilities. It's nice to be able to do that. Well, Ben, it sounds like your dad's gonna have a really fun day. Or terrifying, depending on, you know, perspective. That being said, I do like the parry system in general. I think it could be tighter. perceptively. And by that I mean this isn't like a third-person game like Elden Ring. I can't see when the enemy's hitting me in my big toe. I physically can't see it. I don't know what's happening down there. So that's something that'd be nice. What would actually be really nice is if I could just look down and see my legs. That would give me a lot of perspective on like what I should be expecting. That'd be a good one. Okay, so we saw the anti-bitch upgrade. Excuse me. Listen, I'm just talking about the game that I'm enjoying. The other upgrade basically gives you a charge shot every time because you pick up ammo very often. Yeah. It does not give me slowed down time though. The only slowed down time I seem to get is when I don't really want it. That's probably the other thing. If I had an option for it, I would like it. Oh, look at that. Which would be to disable certain like times when you would get normal slowdowns. So I find it very jarring. No, I mean when the game does its own slow-mo. You know, you parry something or something like that, and then it goes like that, you know, slows down, speeds up. I don't like that. I would rather just have to learn the actual like parry speed in full time. And from what I saw, I don't think there's a set for that specifically. Yeah, no, like I have completed Sekiro. I have no problem with a rhythm game. What's a problem is when it just kind of randomly changes on me. Because then there's like two versions of the same timing. It throws me off. I also don't know when it's going to change the timing. I'm sure you can get used to it, but that probably requires playing the game more than I ever will. Can't ride the Infernal LVs. Not this one. You can summon legs from nothing. Like, they have the assets. I don't know why I can't just look down and see my legs. It would genuinely help me. I would understand a little bit better about what my hitbox is. That'd be cool. Okay, timing is a little bit off there. No, I don't really want to do that. Doom Slayer secretly is Lieutenant Dan. I don't know. I bumped the little skull. Oh, it actually broke it this time. Was it supposed to break it last time? Anyway. Let's do this fight a second time. Ben really takes all the punishment so the rest of y'all don't have to. That's crazy. Everyone point and laugh. Look at this loser. He can't do anything. Yeah? What you gonna do about it, buddy? Yeah? Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's real unfortunate. Thanks for the ammo. Anyway. You know that you can remove the slow-mo from melee and parrying? You can? I'll have to check that in a hot second. There we go. Oh, of course, a Revenant and that guy. There we go. VR a lot less cool when you realize that historically they were mostly just old peasant women with sickles and knives. What? It looks like Cthulhu up there. Sounds like eternal suffering over here. Not great. But for anyone I've missed so far, how is everybody? Hope you're all doing well. I definitely had like a cold start to the stream too. We were talking about W place. You know how Reddit does r/place. Someone made a world map version of it just on its own website. You know, so we don't have to wait 5 years for Reddit to decide to do it again. I don't know how long that one will be up, but I don't know how that's supposed to work. But I was trying to convince Dem and Frisky to work on something with me on that. The slow-mo? Oh, you're right. Okay, so apparently parry and melee slow motion. Let's just turn that off. I might turn it up to like a percentage. We'll see. But it was like really strong at a minimum. So we'll see how this does. Much better without it. Okay. The ballistic force crossbow. Okay. The BFC. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The BFC. And we rip it out of it. Yep. Okay. This is why the Pope outlawed them. Press VE to equip the BFC and deliver massive damage to demons in your vicinity. The BFC has very limited ammo which can be found in the world to punish your stock. Your shield is unavailable while you have the BFC equipped. Not to confuse with the BBC. Ah, yes, the British Broadcasting Service. Or Center. Whatever they call themselves. Mission? I don't know. I'm not British. That's a lot of enemies. That was interesting. Oh god, could you imagine British Tay? Oh, you got a license for that demon? Get over here, you bloody wanker. Yeah, that'd be pretty funny, huh? You got a license for them cells you're stealing? I don't think so. You know, I'd finally understand half of what Frisky says, though, so that would be pretty cool. Then no one else would understand me. Oh. You just can't win. It's understandable.
What happens if this creature doesn't want to leave? We have no choice.
Yeah, but then my Frisky Tay fanfics will be even better. I'm scared of your Frisky Tay fanfics. I'm not sure I want to know what's in those. The graphics are good, yeah. I feel like they've been good throughout the entire series. So, I'm not complaining about it in any game. A weird pit. The cutscenes are good, I'll give you that, for sure. The hell is this thing? I suppose it's worth adding. One of the reasons I'm like, I would really like to see my legs and like know my space is I do enjoy bullet hells in general. And usually they're very tightly defined. So like that's how my brain is functioning when I'm like, oh, bullet hell mode, you know, dodging stuff. I think it's like, oh, it's like that. But no, like you have a body, which is fine. I just wish I knew like precisely where it is. I'm not very good with the kind of like figuring that out on your own kind of thing. I don't have that sense to me, I suppose. there is something up there. Oh, look at that. It fits just right. There's some money down here. If you want to kill a lot of demons with your shield, throw it, block to recall it back, and then throw it again much faster than to wait for it to come back. Interesting. I kind of enjoy watching it come back. That wasn't quite what I wanted to do in the first place, but that's true, it is slow. Like it's having it's Tuesday. Oh, it's not Tuesday, I'll tell you that much for sure. I'm not even sure how you would be on Tuesday's stream. That's crazy. Well, yeah, that just happens. I do just get pounded by the Erectron. Excuse me? Oh, you mean when you break both their arms off and they just have to stand there? You poor guy. He's just standing there menacingly. Can't believe that Arachnotron debated me that good. It's crazy. I walked right into it. Let me in, dang it. There we go. He could bite, but he's a good boy, so he doesn't. Oh. There we go. Gotta wake up early tomorrow, get going. All right, well, have a good night. Thanks for popping in, Shadow. Appreciate you telling me about the slowdown thing. God, that was driving me nuts. I think I will enjoy the game quite a bit more now. good night. Make sure to get your sleep. Only has 4 legs. It's not even an insectron. Oh, Yormomatron. What the hell just killed me? Oh, that stupid Mancubus crap on the floor. Now, this applies to all 3 games because they all did that. I do not like the Mancubus effects on the floor. But it's so much worse in this game because you don't have like good movement tech. Your Mamatron. Got a comedy genius over here. Ready, watch out. Are you in all week? Yeah, it wasn't so bad in Eternal because you could definitely avoid them. But I just don't feel like they fit very well in this one. With how much you have to move just to not get hit by stuff, it's kind of annoying. Why did 40k never invent the chain shield? Yeah, that's a great question. Because Storm Shield. If you have someone who worked on it, they'd probably come up with some like symbolic crap for you. For people who aren't Terminators, well, that's yeah, no. It's they would probably be like, oh well, you see the symbolism of the shield is they don't have a reason. I don't know why they didn't. They should have. They should have. They had all that time. Plenty of opportunities. Should have done it. But they didn't. Oh, I slipped. Very slippy edges. Not easy to stay up on them. I guess that's another reason they are merciful about that. So they had to powderize the Emperor's armor to make the Crux Terminanus badges. Dude's gonna be pissed when he wakes up naked. I mean, was he wearing his armor when he sat down? So I thought, well, actually no, he has more than one set of armor, so they probably just used the armor he wasn't wearing. I'm missing stuff. There's a lot of these. Nope, just the one had to be specially forged to contain his semi-non-corporeal body. Oh, okay. Yeah, then he probably won't be too happy about it. Bro, it's literally Cthulhu. We just have Cthulhu here. Okay. I guess we Cthulhu in now. Can Cthulhu even go to help? No clue. There's something about Surat. I don't know what that is. Oh, this is about our mount. Technically, he can't die, and he's pledged to a different pantheon. Yeah. Slayer's mecha dragon, Sarat, is a feral force unmatched in size and power, unyielding to the Order of Aram. Sarat has accepted only the Slayer as his alpha, forming a volatile bond. Sarat was grievously wounded by Hell's hordes in the Battle of Black Pyres, but the Slayer's heroic intervention saved him, a moment of humanity rarely shown by the outsider. Under Commander Thera's orders, the Sentinels transformed Sarat with advanced engineering, melding his savage might with mechanical precision. Now reborn as a fearsome war machine, Sarat continues his role as the Slayer's ultimate mount, an apex predator of both flesh and steel. Let's... Wait, what do we do there? So, location-wise, where the hell are we? Beneath the northern sea of Estvovia lies a colossal prison forged by a long-forgotten covenant between Sentinels and Wraiths to subdue a cosmic being of unknown origin. Hidden from the world, the very seas were parted to construct a cage capable of containing the massive creature. How they managed to subdue it remains unknown, but legends speak of a weapon with a destructive scale beyond comprehension. The mysterious creature still lies in the center of this labyrinth stronghold within a writhing cocoon, a slumbering titan, waiting the day of awakening. It's literally just Cthulhu. In like the most literal sense. Hey, he turned around and looked at us. He's super weak to fishing boats. I mean, he's supposed to be.
The final safety switch is ahead. Ready for release of Titan-class entity.
Once through the rift, you should pick up the Creed signal. When you find them, the Makers will guide you to an exit.
I feel like I've been here before. Particularly interesting there. Trying to like suss out if there's gonna be any obvious ambushes here. Yeah, they'll probably just spawn in. It's not a... Oh, okay, there's no... So, what was that? H? Oh, it just tells me where to go. Okay. I don't know why everyone raised to stink about Cthulhu being killed by taking a fishing boat to the face. I mean, doesn't that kill just about everyone? Most people aren't a giant, you know, creature of the deep. So they called him a Titan. Like they called Cthulhu a Titan. Does that mean the other Titans that we fight are like the demon versions of them? But I mean, probably a lot weaker, I would presume. You know, since they're not Cthulhu. They didn't have to be sealed. Oh. What's the city in the actual mythology called? Raleigh or something like that? I feel like it's Raleigh. Trying to remember, but Rylith. Okay. Or Relith or something like that. Yeah. Where am I remembering Relay from? Raleigh. I think that might have been in a different
Oxygen levels depleting.
like thing.
Creed Maker. Signal lost. Commander Thera. Signal detected.
There's a bunch of magical places in the mythos. Yeah. But it was like the city for Cthulhu. Like if you went there and went deep enough, you would eventually find them. Kind of a deal. But I think that was, I think I'm thinking of the one from the Necronomicon, which was like vaguely, I don't know what to even think of that anymore. I know I read it when I was much younger and I was like, this is weird. That's all I really thought of it, because it was just, it is weird. It's a weird book. Like the ramblings of a crazy person, but what is going on? I guess this is where like the mega mines come from. Ridolf Lovecraft, big tome, kind of overhyped. I have not, so I don't actually have like an opinion on Lovecraft directly. I do think it's a little oversaturated anymore. I think everyone's explored it, and I don't know. I feel like it's a good basis, but I feel like it's just really hard to do like the kind of horror that Lovecraft is trying to do, and now everyone else tries to do. Cosmic horror, because if you get too specific, it's kind of not, it doesn't really work. But if you're too vague, it also doesn't really work. You just have to, like, if you're making up the story in your head, are you really writing a story? I mean, yeah, that takes some skill, don't get me wrong, but you know, it kind of calls into question the, like, is it actually like that good? Can it be that good if you didn't even like make most of it? You just left it up to interpretation. I have a similar feeling for Dark Souls. Where, you know, just the fact that it's vague has left a lot of like room open. And don't get me wrong, there's like good writing that does exist, especially more so in Elden Ring. There's a lot more info there, but even so, it's not like world-class writing. It is good, but overhyped. Like, it's definitely the setting that makes it genuinely good. It's not the story. The story is interesting and well presented, but it's like a 7 out of 10 on the actual, like, how good it is, you know. Maybe an 8 if you really like it. Lovecraft mostly has fame for being first. Even his friends wrote better mythos stories than him. Yeah, that is definitely a big thing, is getting there first for anything, really, any creative type of thing. Like, if you're recognized as the first, it matters a lot, actually. What is over there? That's a lot of gold, isn't it? That I missed because I'm stupid. Good. Got it. Slight overkill. Let's grab the other. Oh, really? First author to get fan fiction. Weird given how he hated everything foreign. Well, if it was based on his work, and assuming it was decent, like it wasn't trash. Yeah. Wasn't he also the guy with the questionably named pet? To put it very politely. So, kind of just an oddball period. The cat who can't be named. Okay. So this is where this type of like mechanic system is starting to break down a little bit, where it's like I'm getting the counters and they do nothing. They just avoid me dying. That's all it achieves, and it doesn't feel good at all. Where's my staggers? Where's the moment to attack? It's only when my ability decides to really. Holy crap. Frickin' guess. Dude, what the frick? Anyway, like I was saying earlier, if you're gonna make mechanics and rules, you gotta follow them. And this game has a habit of not liking to follow its own rules. Not a fan of it. I also think there's just like straight up bugs with that ability, like where you get a block and it's supposed to stun them. Pretty sure it just doesn't always work. Oh, okay, that moved towards me. Didn't realize it would do that. So all of a sudden, a non-boss enemy is whipping out combos. Really long ones. Jesus. So this is what happens when you tap it. It locks you in. And if you fire like a super shotgun, something that has like a long animation, it'll lock you into not being able to block. So like there's a big downside to shooting, at least certain weapons, while you're trying to like figure out what the next animation set is. I have many times now gotten killed because I fired my super shotgun, this thing here, and it decided that it was just gonna do its really fast attack right then and there.
One has returned. Woe to all who stand before him.
Just, you know, unfortunate. Yeah, I'm not so sure in general, because there is like a specific timing to when exactly it is supposed to hit you. Like the AOE for your shield, let's say, area of impact, is pretty small, but you get quite a bit of time. Can they explain these enemies before they just dump them out in front of me? That'd be great, because I have no idea what's happening right now. What the hell is that? Well, yeah, but like, if they're gonna throw completely new mechanics, least you can do is tell me what the hell's happening. And just to be clear, I am a nerd. Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't know. If I would give, like, I think I'd give Doom Eternal like a 9 out of 10 overall. It was really good. 2016, it's an 8. You know, it is very solid, but it didn't really innovate much. So, you know, can't give it too many points. You know, it was exactly what you'd expect from a Doom remake with some nice features tacked on. Nothing crazy. So far, I'm feeling like a 7 or a 6 for this one. Again, not bad. Well worth buying, especially on a sale. But I don't know. It's not. It's just I'm not getting the same feeling. You know, as time goes on, I'm not getting the same excitement I had with the other two. The story feels a little all over the place. Like, what the fuck are we doing with Cthulhu? I'm a little lost, honestly. I smell rush job. Yeah, that's kind of how it feels. Doom has a story? Yeah, no, it does. It's not like crazy complicated. There's cutscenes in this one. I'm very like surprised that it has cutscenes. I mean, there were a few in both the other games too, but they were like near the beginning and the end, just to kind of wrap things up and, you know, move things along, that sort of thing. Very short. In this one, they're like kind of cinematic. Like, now we've released Cthulhu and we're trying to chase down this lady. Like, your princess is in another castle. It's, huh? I don't know, man. It's just kind of confusing. It's the new melee weapon. So it is. The Dread Mace. There's massive damage to your target and nearby enemies. It has a maximum of a single charge and will refill your guns to full ammo capacity on hit. Carrying Hellsurge attack will accelerate the recharge time for the Dread Mace strike. I will definitely use that. Excuse me? No, we're not. That was stupid. How long can it take to swing a weapon? Sir, this is Doom. You cannot give me a weapon that takes 5 years to use. Never mind. I'm going back to the mace as soon as I can. That's just such a long time to use. Like, it's strong, don't get me wrong, but it was that strong. While they're all stunned, great, but like, Uses an attack with a charge time of 5 minutes. I mean, unless you're in an anime. Let's go change back out of that. That was abysmal. I like the mace. I keep the mace. It works fine. It worked good. Oh, they take all your charges away when you swap. Got messed up. Yeah. Can't go down. Am I stupid? What? Don't answer that. Okay, you definitely cannot grab that thing. I thought maybe because it was green like the other grapples. That's the only idea I had. What am I supposed to do here? Do I have to go over here? Is that the situation? Let me check that out. No. Decidedly not. There's only one path forward. Not clear where I'm supposed to go. I feel like that's supposed to be something, but... Oh, it's one of those. Okay. I haven't seen one of those in ages. Arcades just felt weird. Like, how the hell do you release a Doom game with that fast with no advertising or build-up? It's like they dumped it on us. They advertised, for sure. Not nearly as much as you might expect, but yeah. Okay, well... Oh, it's one of these. Peak ages, peak ages. Blame the lack of Isabella. They should have included it. You're absolutely correct. Hello. Okay. Hello? Oh, that's a Revenant, isn't it? Full health indeed. Oh, hell no. Oh, my goodness. No, I don't want to use it here. This is getting a little just plainly overwhelming. I think there's just too many things to keep track of at times. Is the big enemy gone? Looks like it. Oh yeah, make sure you use your shield so you have to use it. Oh, yippee! Another Arachnotron! Because they don't stop spawning them. See? Look, they don't stop spawning them. They just keep happening. Fun. There we go. Makes me think like I wasn't supposed to fight that guy until the other big one was down, and that is not what happened. That one fight before we got the one ruby earlier was just like, I think kind of encapsulates that feeling of being rushed, where it's like, why is this so difficult? I understood, you know, in Eternal, in the DLC, at the end of both, there was like a really tough boss fight, but it was the end of a DLC, so like, it made sense. It had good pacing. Used a ton of new mechanics that had been introduced recently. You know, it made perfect game sense. Like from a development standpoint. Yeah, you didn't like, you don't have to justify to me why those enemies were there, why that boss was that way. It made perfect sense. But here, I'm not getting the same feeling. Oh yeah, there's also this. Totally forgot about this earlier. I don't think they thought to balance this to the new movement mechanics. Like, you're supposed to be a lot more fast and mobile. But you are kind of fast and you are kind of mobile. I think that might be more the issue is, it's not like you can't move quickly, it's just that you can only do it so often. And you can't do it while being effectively offensive. Like, if I want to run and like sprint like I am right now, I have to be moving forward. I can't do that backwards. Unlike in Eternal, where you can dash backwards. So it kind of, it forces you, if you want to get away quickly, you have to turn and run. Which is fine, at least was until more recently, where it's like, oh, these enemies look really fast, and I have to be really fast.
The Dark Realm is sealed. Now their strength is our own.
Oh, I see. So I think I see. Can I go down here? No. Okay. Can't jump up that. I'm definitely like hitting something solid there. What's that do? Oh, okay. Makes a lot more sense. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see if I can still recommend it by the time we're done. I'm still finding the puzzles weird, like they were in Eternal, where it's just like, this is a puzzle? Okay, I guess. Yeah, I made one post on Twitter not too long ago, and it has not stopped getting likes. And all I said was like, yeah, I'd like to live back in my home state again. Like, that was it. That's all I said. Weird. So I went viral on YouTube and got like 1,500 likes. Holy crap. What'd you do? Wait, shit. Can I go back down? Don't give me that option. That's about how I got to live through the birth and the death of the internet. But it's not dead yet. Don't get too excited. Alright, I gotta go back. I missed it.
The Dark Realm is sealed. Now their strength is our own.
Oh, the witch is from this realm. I see. Wait, are we just redoing the lore of Eternal, but like now it's Cthulhu? I swear to God. If that's what this is, I'm gonna be kind of annoyed. Like, I'm calling it now, it's gonna be that. That is what it'll be. But no, that popped off because doom and gloom. That's how that works. It's like the video I posted. That actually like got some engagement. It's because it's more of a negative topic. I don't like that fact, but like that's just how it is. Meanwhile, the short I posted about M82A2 is in hell. No one's allowed to view it. It doesn't exist according to YouTube. Now because you know it's about guns. You're not allowed to talk about guns on the internet. Just drop me. Human brain is wired to respond more strongly to negative things. Yeah. I do think the tone of negativity matters as well. Let's exit out this way. No point in dropping out. But like the other one that was a little more... It wasn't even like negative, but it was just more contradictory to what people might otherwise say or think. Definitely got a lot more traction, a lot more engagement. I don't know why, it just did. Just is. So much nerd rage. Oh my god. Yeah, that probably wasn't the best move if you wanted to really capitalize on that. They're more upset I got FDR's terms wrong. That sounds about right. It's okay for the one encouraging people to just not worry about whether something is selfish and be more concerned about like if it's right to do. But you know, focus on the morals and ethics, not the like, oh, but like this benefits me. Like, okay, but is it like ethical and good? Like, is it a good thing? Yeah, that one got people calling me a sociopath and stuff, and yeah, negative interactions, but it was engagement. So angry at Mr. Beast again for building more wells. That's the silly thing to get upset at him about, considering he's done some pretty questionable stuff and associated with some very questionable people. If you're gonna pick something to be angry at him about, there's plenty. I don't know about the wells in Africa though. I don't know. I just feel like there's lower hanging fruit. Easier targets, you know? Oh, I didn't expect to land down here. This time they're angry that he's building them again after the locals stripped them for copper and parts. I mean, wait, what are you gonna do? Do nothing? I mean... There might be better options, better ways to spend the money. That might be a valid criticism. Okay. I can. No clue what that did, but I sure did throw my shield. Ah, it operated this. Come to do nothing, and apparently they're very anti-charity in commercial time again. Commercial time. How do I get up there? Is it from there? That's crazy. Yeah, I think it is. Okay. I was a little worried that I was about to fall and just look silly, but no, this was in fact the right way to go. Lots of ammo and stuff. What is happening to me? I see. Okay. God, they're making an Aliens TV show. This is going to suck so hard. I mean, probably, yeah. Okay, anyway. Rocket launcher sucks. What? How am I supposed to predict that? Holy crap. No, I'm not gonna waste a life sigil on this stupid fight. And that's not even the last guy. Cosmic Baron's just trash, actually. Like, I'm sorry, but just whipping out one of the big heavy attacks you're supposed to parry where I physically can't see it. I mean, it's just not good. I think you're supposed to hit him with the big stick when he's stunned. Maybe, but I don't have the big stick right now. The big stick sucks for everything else. And the trouble is, it's really hard to stun the guy. You gotta be fucking kidding me. It's the Arachnotron. It's the fucking Arachnotron. They do it with every fight now. Every freaking time, man. It's, oh, you're on the last guy. Let's send some Arachnotrons. Like, no, stop it. Let me fight. Let me fight the damn guy. Oh my goodness. Can't enjoy a fight. Can't just have a fight. Just eat them for health. The little guys, yes, but the Arachnotron will definitely be taking more of my health than I get back from it unless I'm really low and really on top of it. Like, I have to be very responsive to its presence. That thing will chew you up. I want my assault rifle back, and I also want to be able to break their weapons. Just, oh my god. That old song.
Portal activated.
Not far enough, huh? Or not close enough, rather. Yeah. I'll be honest, I thought we were done. There's 6 more Arachnotrons. If it's not during like a really annoying boss fight, or the Arachnotrons aren't a big deal. It's that they spawn them while you're in the middle of a fight where they're really not welcome. Okay, I definitely clicked that in time, but there's like a slight delay. Look at this dude. Did you see that? He's moving crazy like. Okay. Can I? Are you kidding me? You gotta be joking right now. This dude actually like shoved his body into mine and shoved me in a corner. No, I'm not using a life sigil so that I can get spammed. That was stupid. That's the other thing that's been really just driving me up a wall. Is getting stuck, because it's happened a lot of times. Going a little crazy, I feel like.
Activated.
Demons, these guys are crazy tough. Hello, shield? Dude, fuck off. No. Stupid thing to use a life sigil on. This is just a stupid fight. I keep getting stuck on stupid things. I'm on stairs. Armor, okay, armor does help for me. Their armor is basically just an extra health pool. It's just another mechanic, which is like, whatever, man. But
Portal activated.
so far, I'm really not getting thrilled by these fights. Like, this guy just has an actual shield. There's so many shields. So many different kinds of shields. Just kills you through all the armor. Well, I get stuck and then they hit me several times in a row. That is what is getting me, per se. Dude. The vague walls also. Another mechanic that, again, I really don't think they thought through is the walls you have to dodge, which is, they're a fine mechanic. I'm actually okay with that. But it has to be done right. And it hasn't been. Because you don't actually know where the wall ends. It's kind of just like a vague gradient. Oh yeah, and the walls block all your projectiles, but not theirs. That's a big pain point for me, actually, right there, is that they get to block your projectiles very frequently, but all you have is your shield. I don't know. Yeah, armor is basically just more health. There's different mechanics for gaining it, but like that's what it does as a mechanic. So it looks like the perfect parry only applies to their projectiles. So all these enemies that are now using mainly melee attacks of those sort, that's why they do it, is to take that away from you. That's messed up. Like this guy, I basically can't get it on because of his abilities. Ben's living out Groundhog Day right now. Are you kidding me? How was I supposed to do anything with that? It lasted half a second. Unreasonable. I really dislike that this enemy will, no joke, just run you into a wall. It's programmed to do that. They didn't put anything in to stop it from doing that. It will just do that. Dude, get off of me. What the fuck? Oh, God. Tay needs an adult. I need them to stop making bad fucking development decisions, man. It is getting on my nerves. Like, it's like, oh, we have to make a new enemy? One we haven't done before? Oh, no. Can't do that. That's asking a lot. Every new enemy has been really hit or miss. Why does the game give you a mechanic then take it away? Just don't put the mechanic in. Yeah, I don't have an explanation for why they do that with the perfect parry, because I feel like the perfect parry should be applying to the melee strikes, but it's just not. But then they, you know, make a boss that only uses those. It's like, well, what the heck, man? Transform Hell Surge projectiles into a bolt of energy. I mean, it says that in there, but it's like, why? Why is it only those? Shouldn't there be projectiles from that enemy? Like, the mix just isn't there, man. It's just not there. It's supposed to be a mix. He just doesn't do it. He just refuses. Very rude. So it wants me to go there, but I'm gonna go and try to figure out how to get up here. No, it doesn't want me to go there? No. But I can. Okay, okay. There we go. A secret area. Oh, hi, Clean. I was gonna be more consistent than didn't show up for like 3 weeks. You know, it's all good. Happy to have you though. How have you been? I heard you saw the pizza man. Internet survival chances increased. Yippee! It's Daddy Pizza Man. Daddy Pizza Man. That's crazy. Things got scary for a while. Things, I mean, are still kind of scary, but you know. And Christmas, he dresses up as Santa. Oh my goodness. Maybe too much for you to handle. Oh, you're making up for all the time you missed, huh? Real fast. Oh man. Wow, that was rough. You are. That's all right. Fucking water levels, man. Yeah, it was a water level, wasn't it? I missed a secret. Oh well. The cartoon marshes. Okay. God, another one. You're right. It is another one. It's been like such a shitty year for me. I feel like I haven't been able to like overtly horny and have fun all year. I mean, sometimes it just is that way. Incredibly. Sometimes it's not very hee-hee, you know? Very haha. I think the virus killed fun as a concept. I think people want it to come back. It's just been very difficult. And now the economy has just been really bad. So people don't have like the time, you know, like the energy to be all whimsical and fun. Sad, but you know. Sometimes you can eat and sometimes you can't. Haha. Yeah, exactly. Can't always. Gather the relic fragments. That's my objective. Okay. But yeah, no, the stress of the economy has definitely removed a lot of the fun and whimsy from people's lives. Okay, I could have sworn I hit that on time, but there we go. Remember Addison Rae, but I may be seeing her live soon. I think I do remember. I'd have to listen again. Great Depression 2 hasn't even started yet. What do you mean 2? I don't want another one. I'm already pretty depressed. It's not very great, despite what they say. That's way better than trying to shoot it. Uh-oh. Wandered into a real fight. Oh, here we go. I was like, who else am I supposed to be defeating? Got into Yandere Simulator and, you know, related content. I see. You mean the one from Yandere Dev? That Yandere Simulator? Or is it a different one? There's like 10 melties? What the hell's that even mean? Holy crap! What's happening? There we go. Oh, meltdowns. Because the craziest men have the weirdest desires. And like the actual drive to follow through on them. Like make the thing.
Relic acquired. One remaining.
The time of ascension is now. No longer shall we be shattered by the cosmos.
Plus creativity is just seeing the world from a different angle and trying to show it to other people. Yeah, that's about right. Passivo 9 is a comfort game. That's crazy. That's definitely not what most people think of when they say comfort game. What the? I've been scammed. Water boom world? What? A what now? Okay, they don't let you go back. Ugh. Okay. I see. You're a little holy diver on the bottom of the Marianas Trench searching for Eden. It's full of all your favorite things. Darkness, crushing depths, tiny submarines, and body horror. I don't know if I want to do that. You know, I'm not. You're not really selling me on this right now. And you guys might be able to convince me to play Subnautica at some point. So unserious and relatable. Oh yeah, no, it is. I feel like if you grew up in something vaguely similar, it is actually pretty relatable. Let's just lock it. Let's see. Like if you went to high school or something that had like similar like wild bullshit happening, yeah, it's very much relatable. Battle Knight. Hey, you're the guy from the picture. Like what the girls say and do is exactly what I wanted to say / do in situations before. Oh goodness. I was the outcast kid in high school, so I didn't hear about all the insane things that happened until after I graduated. Like the coach who had a harem or the school drug ring. Okay, the drug ring part is like pretty standard. Like, that's just, yeah. But like, the coach? What the fuck? That's definitely not one that I heard at my high school. I think the craziest stuff from my school when I was there, to be very clear, not like, because crazy stuff has happened since that I've heard about, but I'm not going to count that. Or, you know, like some pranks and stuff. I think someone like set a garbage can on fire in a bathroom once. I'm pretty sure that happened. While I was there, to be clear. Because like I know it happened. I'm just trying to remember if it was when I was there, because I didn't like walk in on it. You know, I wasn't present. But I'm fairly certain that that did occur. No, sample shrine. Nice. What does one get under there? Oh, that's okay. No, I know what's going on. A lot of inappropriate activity in strange locations. That happened a lot. I don't know why. I think our class was just very active. You know, the usual fights and stuff. Nothing too exciting there. In terms of like what actually happened. Usually it was actually most of the fights were women like fighting over a guy or something, or just hating each other because, you know, women just for some reason despise one another way more than guys tend to. I don't know what's going on there. I never figured that one out. Like I don't get the whole like Mean Girls thing. Kinda still confuses me. My tiny male brain cannot comprehend. Son, I don't try to understand women. Women understand women, and they all hate each other. I mean, I don't know if I'd say they understand each other if they all seem to hate each other. So how much do you want to bet that if I just keep running, it'll never end, but if I turn around, it'll be a no problem kind of thing? How much do we want to bet? Does anyone think I just need to keep going? Anyone at all? Getting through a colonoscopy. You know, we might just be. This is a long tunnel. Okay, let's turn around now. Better come out of his mouth, man. Clear your eyes. Now we got it. It's literally, it's so simple that it was as simple as turn around. I don't know. I don't really get the open world parts of this one. Actually, I just don't get the whole the appeal of open world for this game. None of it that I've done so far has really made me care. Like, it would have been better, I think, to not have these sections and just have the usual, like, just the usual stuff, I guess. With Skyswood, we get those every spring. What? One thing I remember is I was in 10th grade or something, and we were combined with the older grade for a class, and it was the final class of the day, and school ended like at 3 p.m. And the teachers all made us stay in class for over an hour and a half longer than we were supposed to be let out. Some kid looked up adult content, and they would not let anyone leave because they thought we were all in on it. So that day I ended up leaving at like 4:30. That would definitely not be allowed at any of the schools that I've ever been to. Because there were buses to get everyone home, you know. And if they didn't give you transportation without like a really good reason, they would like be in trouble. You like sue them. That isn't that crazy, but making stay back for an hour and a half is hella annoying just because of adult content. Yeah, I agree. That is crazy. Yeah, no, that definitely would not fly at any of the schools I went to, but I went to larger schools. I think classes were like hundreds of students, like well over 1,000 students just in the school at any one time. I know some people from New York who were like, oh yeah, we have a class of 1,000. I'm like, for the whole school? And they're like, no, for the class. It's like, oh, wow, that's a lot of people. Like unfathomable amounts of people. This is like the last place I want to be with this guy. So you didn't have buses? Well, then how did you get home? Did you have to walk? Let's go back when you could bring a shotgun or a rifle in your truck just casually, cause hunting. Guess that is gun store less than 50 feet from our elementary. Yeah, things have changed a little bit. This music eats. When there is music, it's not bad. I've noticed just a general lack of music though sometimes. Walker, your parents had to pick you up? Dang. I mean, I know what that's like because I biked to school for a long time, but still. You know, bummer. I suppose that means you're within range to walk. Probably, anyway. Thanks for the heart, buddy. just get my hand in that ball there. The orb.
Both relics acquired. Proceed to the central lift.
Oh, hello, everybody. Trying to get up there. I guess I fell down here. Just like enemies all over. Anyhow. Hi. Bye. Bro's just ominously standing. Okay, now I have enough extra lives to at least justify spending one if I want. Can I upgrade anything important? I mean, the stun's pretty nice. Maybe this can be improved. Okay, this might all make it worth it. Riposte. Yeah, that makes more sense. Now it's a parry, essentially. A counter, if you will. Not just your melee strike. Takes a while to charge up though. Anything we've missed? Yes. I think we're still missing a dog statue, a wolf statue. Can't remember where it is in the first place. I think we're over here. Yeah. Go around here. What's the goal of this game? An excellent question. Kill demons. Defeat hell. That's about it. You're Doom guy. You wanna kill demons. That's your whole thing. I've got that Wraith Stone. There's like a story going on, but like we just kill demons. I mean, end of the day. We must fist Satan. You know what? I feel like that's a pretty accurate description. I feel like you're really hitting the nail on the head there. How do I open this? Oh, it just opened. Cool. It says there's supposed to be a fight here, but I don't really see how. This thing is so scary. That, I mean, yeah. Yeah. What's in that cave over there then, if that's not the way forward? Well, actually, hold on. While I'm thinking about it, let's just grab this. A few minutes ago, we were going Ant-Man on Cthulhu. We were, but we weren't crawling, well, Never mind. Never mind. No, I'm not gonna open that can of worms. We're gonna keep that can shut, in fact. Cannibalism lasts longer. Nice. Hang right. Okay. Got baited on Twitter into clicking a tweet that was replying to another one, and the OG tweet was a picture of a man with his head fully inside another man. Oh my god. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, I don't even need it. That's funny. Is there anything else to gather here? Yeah, I normally know not to follow fast up, but the account that it replied to it was like an update slash stand account of 2 artists I really like. They replied with being something about both artists, so I wasn't expecting that at all. You feel like following a bot and don't know it? I see something very interesting up there. That's just a charge. There's not much else to it. What I can do, this is gonna be a bit of a pain, but I can get up there. I don't know what's up there, but like I can get up there. A horse? Oh my god. What's wrong with y'all? Alright. Cool. There to hate VTubers that you're bringing up. Yeah, maybe be a little more vague. I mean, I do have the filters on. They let you save, so I'm just gonna say we're not fans of that here. All right, Twitch. All right, Twitch moderator. We don't support such things. That's not what we're about. However, your auto mod did not catch it, so like I don't know. You know, I don't know what to tell you.
The stars bleed and the void calls.
It's the Vosh exception. Oh my goodness. Kind of forget Twitch hates him. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's okay. It's more about what I say and what I endorse, but, you know, playing it safe is never a bad idea. And trust me, I'll be honest with you, so this is mildly controversial within my own community, but a lot of the people who do end up getting banned, they very blatantly break rules. They're just rules that other people also get to break. So, while I understand their frustration, it is almost always their fault. Like, in a very objective, straightforward, you know, just looking at what they did, it's like, well, by the letter of the rules, you know, you can't do that, so... Bowser lore is the only lore of a streamer I actively know. Nice. I'm happy I'm the one streamer. Honored, even. City. Uh-oh. Oh, he melted. Good. Oh man. And let me know when you guys are back from the ads. Healing over here. That is insane. you should be back, or so it tells me. Let me stretch real quick. Holy crap. Game's had me locked in. Crazy. Welcome back. Of course, game makes me feel like I'm a housewife during World War II when that game is brought up, because that's all my wife plays and leaves me alone. Risky's been obsessed with it himself. I tried it. I'm really not a fan. It's around the point where everyone starts saying it sucks. Damn. Time away from your wife. Yeah, no, so I tried it, and the immediate impression I got was that it is really time intensive. Like, it's a big time commitment to play at all. Met a friend's friend. They didn't know me and wife are just friends, so they genuinely thought I was a straight man with a wife. I mean, yeah, I mean, that will definitely happen. All right. So is that nerdy math shit? Thing is, I like Nikkei, and I've enjoyed Girls Frontline as well, the original. But it's just like, the reason I quit Girls Frontline is it's a huge like time investment later into the game. You just have to spend all day basically doing one monotonous thing. That's where I just immediately like check out. Yeah, 99% because somehow I didn't like. Oh, is it this? With the mission I didn't do. You know, oh well. The concept of me actually having a wife. Relatable. We got 5 more chapters to go. Yeah, so far I'm sitting at like a 6 out of 10 for this game, which is not great. It started really strong, but I don't think they've taken it in the right direction. Like, they had some strong mechanics, but they don't seem to know how to design around them when it comes to like anything more complicated. To make it like a fun experience, you know? Do all 5 tonight? All right, who's paying me for that? Because that's gonna cost money. I'm gonna be so real right now. I could be bribed, but like minimum. Let's see, 10 gift subs, and I'll do all 5 tonight. Because that's like $20, something like that. $22, $20. Yeah, I'll do it. For $20. But no, it's like 11. And these chapters can take anywhere from like 20 minutes to a whole hour and a half. Kind of crazy. And there's the final boss fight, I'm sure, or I hope it has a good final boss fight. But we'll be back on Sunday for more Doom of the Dark Ages. Tomorrow, we're playing Abiotic Factor. I'll pay you on a horoscope and tarot card reading. If those meant anything to me, I would probably take that deal. But they don't really mean anything to me. Chapters cost IRL money? No. That'd be crazy. That would be absurd. I already paid for the game. No, I meant I would do it for $20. I would spend the next like 4 hours of my life playing this game for $20. That's what I was saying. Yeah, $20 is $20. As they say. But no, yeah, tomorrow will be Abiotic Factor. That'll be with Frisky, Dem, and MZ. I think we're starting pretty early. It's like starting at 3 o'clock or something. Let me look. Let me go look at my schedule. One that I should be aware of, and somehow not. Ping me. Ah, okay. So what was it? Yeah, Abiotic Factor from 3 to 10. Yeah, no, thank God. No, if they cost like $20 each, I would not be playing this game. It would be a comedy that they tried to get that out of people. So 7 hours of Abiotic Factor tomorrow. And then Sunday, we're going to do 4 hours. And then after that, we're going to play more Doom. I think being gay is so much easier than having to do the no balls touching socks on and all that. I ain't doing all that. I think the point of all of those is to be a joke. I think if you're trying to use those to get out of it, then you already know. You already know. You're just in denial. You know, assuming you're actually like using it. It's a great joke though. Yeah, if someone's like, isn't that a little gay? You're just like, well, you know, I got socks on, it's fine. it's a great joke. But you know, definitely not doing 5 more hours tonight. But we'll probably be able to finish it Sunday. I don't know exactly when we're gonna call it on Sunday for Abiotic Factor, so we'll see. But we should at least get through enough to have like need only one more session of this. Some men have tried that with me. One dude said it's not gay if I kiss him as long as my eyes were open. What? I think some people are just trying to, they're either messing with you or they're trying to get something without owning up to the reality of what that involves. Who else pinged me? Sorry. I told Eris that I found a moth in the bathroom today. Eris is a moth VTuber. For anyone who hasn't met her enough to know what she is. So I felt the need to tell her, you know, one of her kin had passed. And she responded with a backwards gif of Peter Griffin falling downstairs. I don't know why it's backwards. It's him going back up the stairs and being fine. Didn't know if he was fucking with me or wanting to fuck me, so I just ignored him. Yeah, that's safe. Safe bet. They were probably screwing with you. If they weren't, they probably would have been at least a little more, I don't know, suggestive. Yeah, if I can figure out like a good way to, because I want to get a spot on W Place, which is like, I don't know how to explain it to you guys. It's a thing. If you've ever seen r/place, that's the same idea. But I would like to get a spot on that for our little group. Maybe we can just like go out in the ocean somewhere. I don't know. We'll do something. But we'll figure it out. If I can get things a little more figured out, maybe I'll like find a guide for you guys if you want to all help out with building whatever art piece we're gonna make. But we'll get something. If anything, I think it's more Gaticus with your eyes open versus closed. Yes, that is definitely the case. Now that you mention it, now that we're discussing it, yes, you're correct. Having your eyes open is definitely more so. Just due to the fact that you must be seeing what's in front of you. You can't even be in denial at that point. What happened to the song react stream? I don't think it ever got planned. I think I said it was gonna happen and then I forgot. I also am still trying to figure out the rules on that. Because like technically I still think I'm not supposed to. What? I don't know how heavily enforced that sort of stuff is. So I'm still trying to learn some things. Things also got a little dicey recently on Twitch for VTubers again, so I was a little freaked out by that. So I said, like, technically, not really supposed to. It's not quite within the rules. At least not in the way that I'm thinking of doing it. The way that I think would be, you know, fun and enjoyable for everybody. But what I can do, and this is something I'm considering, is taking all the suggestions that have been put in, making a very long Spotify playlist at some point of all of them. Well, it's active enforcement. Like they do have detection systems. They're not very aggressive, but they do like exist. So what I was thinking, I make a really long playlist, right? And then we'll go play a game that's like super chill. And I can play it on the VOD stream, or the VOD track, sorry. Play it on the VOD track, so it's just for stream, just for Twitch. And that's fine. I can do that. I can do that right now. But as long as we're doing something else that also has audio and stuff, and I'm just kind of commenting on the music as we go, it's a little less... It's less of an issue. The only thing I still have to figure out to be able to do that, and why I haven't scheduled it yet, is I do want to have some on-screen way of showing what music we're listening to, so that if anyone is watching the VOD in the future or something, they can see what song I'm talking about. You know, kind of make sense. I know there's a couple options, but I haven't committed to one yet. But here, let me see. You should be able to hear music if I just start playing it. That's loud. Here we go. There we go. So you should be able to hear that, but only on Twitch. So if someone was on YouTube right now, they wouldn't be hearing a thing because, you know, not allowed. Yeah. Okay, good. That means it still works like it did before. Awesome. But you know, I can have real music now, which is great. You know, especially for the more like chill stuff that where I do need to focus, but it's not like super audio based. If anyone has their Steam Spotify connected to their Discord account, I always stalk what they're playing / listening to. I mean, I think mine's set up, so you can definitely see what I'm listening to when I am listening to music, which will mostly be while I'm at work. I don't listen to music too often otherwise. Like even when I'm at home here, like working on, you know, a video or whatever, I have another video to post. I just need to edit it, which my editing takes, you know, an hour. I just haven't done it. Like while I'm doing that, I have to listen and I can't have the background noise. And I do like to see what you're listening to. A lot of people do, actually. I'm not sure why. I get messages from several people. I think Dem's one of them who like comment on what I'm listening to, and I'm like, oh, I'll be honest, I know people who have that up, and I just don't. It just doesn't enter my mind to even look. So I'm surprised. I didn't think it was that, like, you know, interesting, let's say. Your videos are so good, it just feels like a convo with a friend. That's the vibe I'm going for. Like, it's meant to be like a 2 a.m. rant. Because I think I'm pretty good at those. I think that's the special thing that I can offer is the unhinged 2 a.m. going off about something that I care about. That was too invasive. I mean, you're free to. I just, you know, I don't mind. If I didn't want people to know what I'm listening to, I wouldn't link it. My hope, I mean, for one, I will say I do use that DJ thing. I kind of hate it to a certain extent. I don't like the DJ. I like the random music that it feeds me. You know, like Pandora style. But I don't like the DJ himself. Like, shut up. I don't want anyone interrupting my music. Thank you. But I do like the system that just feeds me music, because I've heard a lot I've heard a lot of new music that way. I don't know why that was a tongue twister for me, and I like it. I like the new music, so I'm appreciating it, and it's expanding my interests without pushing me to go find new artists myself. And interestingly enough, it has actually given me like really weird music that like no one listens to. And by no one, I mean like it's not giga popular. I'm like, wow, that's a really specific recommendation. I like it, but how did you know? Yeah, he will just pull up stuff that you haven't listened to in years. I just skip. If you skip a song enough times, like really quickly, I think it like learns that you don't like it anymore and stops giving you it. Because there are some that it was trying to give me for a little while, and I just kept going, nope, nope, nope. Like every now and then it tries to feed me like typical rap, and I am very picky about any kind of rap. Same with like country. Maybe it's because the two are kind of related. Anyway, I'm super picky about both. So whenever it tries to feed me those, it very often leads to me skipping it. And I think it's learned that like, nah, you got to be real careful about that. Like it's a very specific like handful of types of music. As long as bad memories attached, damn. Let's see. Here's one that it gave me that I was like, I didn't know I'd love it, but I did. I like female rap / country. I generally just don't like most of it. I guess in that vein, since the focus is the words, especially in rap, I do want it to be something that has like something relevant to me and my experience. So like a lot of it just like it's just that's not the life I live, you know? So there's very few people that are even in rap that I can even vaguely relate to. Some stuff does like transcend that, and those are like the exceptions, and I do enjoy those. But a lot of it's just like, yeah, it's just not my life, you know. Didn't think a woman would sing this. I'm proud that you like this state. It's not like I don't like women. It's just quite often the way they sing I dislike. I don't know why. But the way, I don't even know how to pronounce her name, Lael? Lael. I don't know. The way she sings is very nice. It's softer. I think that's the big thing. Similar to how like I really like Stone Sour because of the way that Corey Taylor sings for Stone Sour. It's not typically as harsh. Like I used to like stuff like, you know, Five Finger Death Punch, Disturbed, but again, a lot of it's really harsh, and I'm just not a big fan of that. Really gotten back into R&B lately. I always liked it / listened to it. I took a little break from it, but recently it's been hitting. I don't think I've ever been huge into R&B. A lot of male artists do the same thing where they'll sing like really like, I don't know how to pronounce it. It's just like, or not pronounce it, describe it. It's a harsh sound. I don't know what else to call it. I'm sure there's like an emotional attachment to that kind of harshness in the voice, but I don't like, it's not my vibe. So I'm a little picky about that. Yeah, let's see. There's an exception. This is Slipknot. Snuff. I can't remember. They have one particular song that is like just pain. It just makes me sad. But I can't remember what the name of it. I think it's in, yeah. Pretty sure it's in here. Yeah. Sa's the most vulnerable artist of this generation, but she doesn't get, valuable. She doesn't get recognized enough because she doesn't make it how people expect vulnerable music. Oh, vulnerable. Okay. You did mean that. Music to sound like. Interesting. Let's get into Evanescence a little. Evanescence is really good. My understanding is that the singer, Amy Lee, is not a great person. Like, that's just something I seem to remember my sister talking about at one point. So she was a little sad about that, because that, like, Amy Lee was her idol growing up for a long time. So to then find out that, like, no, she's actually kind of an awful person was like, kind of just dropped it. Yeah, like for Slipknot, this song Snuff is way chill. It's a little out of character for them, and I appreciate that. I think she is, but I don't look into that. Probably better off. I mean, great singer. When I say that, but I can only separate art from artist if it's a woman. Wow. Oh, Clee, you haven't been around for the latest VTuber drama, so I'll fill you in a little bit. Nothing too exciting that I think you'll actually care about. But one of the most interesting things I've been seeing around, and I have like made posts on Twitter about it, which is unironically, I will see guys, for some reason, guys, mainly, some women I think do it too, But anytime one of the female VTubers, yeah, one of the women posts about, you know, a guy VTuber in any negative sense, it's always like at least a handful of people, depending on how big the comment section is, right? How many people are commenting. But there's like a good chunk, a vocal and real minority, that will just immediately be like, oh yeah, male VTuber. Awful. You should have known. And here, since we're just chatting now, I'll take up a little, oh god, a little more of the screen here. I care if you care. Well, thank you. I can never listen to Chris Brown, but hey, he still is actively getting nominations and awards. I can't believe that, but like I believe it, but like, yeah. Basically, like, just straight up misandry, and it's just like, you know, I don't think I like that. Also, why do you care? You know, like, what it, like, why is the baseline the male part? That's the thing I'm more concerned about, right? You know, if you want to talk about, just take it one step further, right? Here, oh, here's the song I was gonna play, the other one by Slipknot. This is on 0.5 The Gray Chapter. I think I own these discs, or at least I did. Men normally do more shitty things than women, but that is a very unhealthy way to think. It's the generalization. It's not the fact that, like, they're not generalizing like, oh, you know, men are more likely to be the one pursuing, you know, the one trying to engage. Right? It's the assumption that, like, they're going to do something genuinely awful. Not just kind of like maybe a little bit rude or maybe a little bit creepy. Because, you know, the standard for creepy has gotten pretty, like, it's not hard to clear that bar. You can be creepy very easily. Which I don't think is entirely wrong, but maybe sets up the wrong incentives. You know, if you ever actually want to get a date. You know, you kind of gotta let people be a little awkward. But, you know, of course, limits and all that. Again, not all of that's invalid criticism, but it's just like, could you at least be a little more specific? 'Cause the post I'm thinking of, the lady was talking about, she met a guy on a dating app who then was like, oh yeah, I'm a VTuber too. There were other problems with what the guy was saying, according to her. We didn't see the messages. I don't really care to. Let's just take her word for it. Those are the problem. But then the comments are like, you know, male VTuber. It's like, dude, really? It really makes me think that these guys think that, like, I'm a threat to their attempt to date their imaginary girlfriend, who is not going to date them and will never date them. Like, there's a possessiveness there is how it feels. That's how it comes across. Like, they're like, no, you can't talk to my VTuber. It's like, I'm not going to steal your girlfriend, dude. She's no one's girlfriend in the first place. Let's start there. Not mine or yours. This is weird. No, it probably wasn't. He was probably being awkward. God forbid. And, you know, it was weird. Yes. But not that bad. And she didn't make it sound that bad. It wasn't anything, like, despicable. You know, it was just like, yeah, no, not interested in this guy, because, like, it was a little, you know, and that was all fine. Nothing she said was particularly wrong. But it was just the comments from other guys seeming like they were trying to, like, play goalie. It's like, no one, as far as I'm aware, the vast majority of guys I've met are not doing that. Oh, hi, lady. Welcome in. How are you doing? So I've started to look at it because I never want to say someone who is accusing someone of something is lying, but I want to believe in innocent until proven guilty. Yeah, you kind of have to take it both ways, where it's like, it goes in either direction. Yeah, welcome in. We're just chatting right now, but thank you for raiding. Make sure to take care of yourself. You know, if you need to raid and run, feel free. But we're just chit chatting, kind of winding down. I haven't seen Clee here. Clee is Edith. Edith. Well, you can read the rest of the name. Been a little while, so we're catching up. I'm spilling the tea, as it were. That's the phrase the kids use now, right? You know, honestly, that was probably my old man moment. I do have to raid and run because I have to work tomorrow. Well, go get some rest, why don't you? But thank you again. Nice seeing you around. But yeah, that was my old man moment when a teenager had to explain to me what the hell spilled the tea meant. I was hanging out with a buddy who's, I think it was like, my buddy's friend's younger sister said spill the tea, and I was like, huh? And they, like, it went right over my head, and they, yeah, have a good night, lady. AKA me forcing Tay to talk to me since I haven't been here in a while. No, I'm happy to. I'm excited to have you around. What was I saying? Right. So yeah, just weird comments like that, and I've been seeing them on tons of posts like that. I had to explain to Tay what it meant to be gagged by something. I mean, depends on the circumstances on whether or not I would have understood. All right, that's enough Slipknot for now. Yeah, the song I had played there was Goodbye, and I'm fairly certain that's the one that was a farewell to one of their band members who passed. So it was a very, very different tone from regular Slipknot, and it was very emotional. And I really appreciate songs like those. Yeah, loneliness is awful for everyone. It is, and regrettably, the attitude of some people is that, you know, the solution to the negative behavior is to be mean to people, to be nasty to them, to call them names. And I don't think that being evil for any reason, and I do think calling people names, you know, in all seriousness, trying to be mean to them, you know, making the effort to make them sad and upset, I don't think that ever wins. I don't think that ever works. Like, I genuinely don't think so. Not in the long run. I have a physical version of Minecraft Story Mode, and I've been playing it a lot lately because I only recently found out Minecraft Story Mode is lost media. Is it? I didn't even know that it was. I guess, oh yeah, I suppose you can't buy it anymore. That's crazy. You own lost media. How is it? Do you like it? I mean, you say you've been playing it a lot, so I assume you've enjoyed it. But yeah, I just keep seeing things like that. It's just like, oh man, I don't like that is a thing that people will assume of me. You know, same with, like, you know, if I'm talking to other VTubers, a lot of them are women. That might not be a surprise. I hope not to any of you. But in case you're not familiar, yeah, a lot of them are. I really hope that is not what they assume my intentions are. Because that has definitely never been the reason that I started talking to them. Like, to any VTuber, is to, like, date or whatever. Like, that's never the first thing in my mind. Minecraft Story Mode is my childhood, so I love it. Oh, okay. Oh, so you have played it before. It's not like you bought it and you just like were like, whatever. They don't make games like Minecraft Story Mode anymore. A game with real world teaching that applies to now and have genuine impact on people. My intention is only to be a friend. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's not even where I begin. I don't really have intentions. I'll be blunt. Say you give gay man, I never would think anyone would think you're hitting on them. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Although I think when I am hitting on someone, they're usually pretty aware. Like I don't really beat around the bush too much. Like I don't goof around. You know, I kind of get straight to the point. You know, it's a little, I lay it on a little thick, a little heavy when I am flirting with someone. You know, if at any point anyone who knows me ever thinks, is Tay flirting with me? If you have to ask the question, the answer is no. You know, if you're asking that question, it means I was joking or something. Because if you won't have to ask the question, you'll just know. You will be aware. I'm pretty blunt about it. And I do that on purpose so that, you know, if they're not interested, they can immediately just be like, nah, I'm good. And it doesn't have to be like crazy weird. You know, I try to be, as much as I can, you know, relationships are complicated, but I try to be clear in them and communicate as best I can, whether it's, you know, the first time I meet someone or the last time. You want to be understood. Being understood is important. So, and you know, you got to put effort into that. And can't be shy about it either. Really can't be shy about it. But yeah, I don't know. No one's ever told me that was their impression, but you know, I definitely think it doesn't help that I'm assuming a lot of these people, I'm assuming it's mostly guys, but probably not only. Like it's a chunk of the community that's built in. Minecraft story modes, both seasons of it, because there's season 1 and 2, both teach really important lessons. Season 1 talks about how it's okay to have different interests or beliefs with friends, how to get along, even being different. And season 2 talks about how hard it is when friends drift off and find their own thing and kind of move on from the friendship, and how it is trying to find who you are without others involved, and how it's not evil to want to do your own thing. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that second point you mentioned, I do believe you watched the video where I encourage people to be a little more selfish, because I do think we actually have an issue where younger people, mainly, who need to hear this, have the opposite problem, where they're too selfless, where they're too concerned with making sure that all their actions focus on not being selfish, on putting others first, to a degree that is self-destructive in the long run. The problem is that it happens over, you know, years. You know, you put someone else first consistently too often, and then you're not doing it because it makes you happy and it doesn't, you know, cause you like significant harm. You do it because you feel like you have to, and then you end up in a worse situation, and that is a problem. And so it's okay to, you know, focus on yourself, do your own thing, even if that means drifting away from someone sometimes. You know, sometimes someone else goes in a completely different life direction. You can't follow them. Minecraft Story Mode could have been one of the best game franchises ever. I'm surprised that it didn't go on. I mean, Minecraft's really popular. I wonder what happened to the company. Let me bump this down. There's a crazy Minecraft Story Mode fandom still. Oh, I imagine. I mean, it sounds like something that would be pretty popular, especially among younger people. So, you know, cult classic kind of a deal. Yeah. r/Minecraft Story Mode is very active. There are. I imagine there's still ways to play it. People making a third game. Oh, that's pretty cool. I wonder if they can get like the same actors and stuff. You know, assuming it's like a legitimate third game, not like a modder type thing. No, like those are important lessons. I do think games have kind of drifted away from classical storytelling in a way, where everything is kind of gray. And that's not bad per se, but when actor did sadly pass, oh yeah, that does make it difficult. Doesn't really give you an option for that, but you can always recast, I suppose, if you're fortunate enough to find someone who can do it. Apparently that did really make me sad. Yeah, no, it's just yeah. It's a thing that will happen. You need to bring back teaching lessons. I mean, I don't think it's. I think, how do I put this? I think people being critical of video game stories, and I mean trying to like, nitpick them, pull them apart, and judging the game based on them, more so than, whether it's fun. In like the most boring, mundane way. Like, is it just like a fun game? I think that has kind of undermined that for younger audiences to get that sort of thing without it being like a quote unquote made for kids type game. Because it used to be a little bit clearer what the moral of the story was. Not that it, there aren't games that do that, but just, a lot of games had that kind of, all right, here's your moral lesson. Somewhere near the end, that was kind of a little more on the nose. Again, there still are, but they're usually not games that are quite so suitable. And then you get the made for kids ones, and at least from what I have seen, they're almost too slop. They're too slop of a game. They're how do I put this? They're the stuff you see on YouTube Kids. You know what I mean? Like, it's not, they don't care. Or it's the new Cartoon Network type stuff, or maybe I don't know. It seems like they've changed that a little bit. Maybe they're moving away from it. But at one point, it was very much like there's really not much substance to the shows for a while there. Season 2 gets hella dark for a kids game, and it genuinely isn't talked about in a predictably morally good way. It has the MC and another character actively disagree and go through growing pains as they grow, but by the end they just realize they're friends and they want what's best. It isn't trying to shove it down your throat and has morally gray areas, now the characters are perfect. Yeah, but it's still a little like, it's not a complicated story. It's very relatable, very straightforward, probably told in a way that is clear. There's not 10 pages of whatever to get through to understand it. You just play it and you kind of get the point. Yeah, at least among the games that I have played and seen played, it seems less and less common. But that's because there's less like, how do I put this? They're not bad, but like simple. Simple games that can be enjoyed by just about anyone. Yeah, there have been some. What was it? Won an award recently that people really liked. What was it? It was about a little robot that does platforming. Like, that's it. That's the whole game. But I can't remember the name of it. Anyway, that one seemed like a really good one for all ages. Astrobot, thank you, Fred. Yeah, that's definitely one that seems more in like the Spyro theme, where I don't recall Spyro having strong themes or anything, but like it was fun, and it had a couple little basic lessons in it. Imagine Astrobot's pretty similar. That's a good one. But I guess that's kind of what I mean with like fun. Just making games that are fun. Simply. It seems less appealing to the AAA studios and stuff to make things like that. Because I mean, if that's all you wanted, simpler, fun, I think you could probably turn out games faster than they do. right now. With the budget they have, they could make them faster. They probably couldn't charge $70, $80 for them, but they could make them faster. They could make as many as they want, basically. Because they're not that hard to do. You just have to have people with creativity. You know, some creative direction, ideas, you know, out of the box stuff that'll really get people to come in and say, oh, what's this? Never seen this before. I know it definitely wouldn't make as much money for them, though. That's the thing. You know, it's not going to be the next COD in terms of revenue. So that's why they don't do it. And I get it. But it's a shame. Because right now, you'll only get those kind of games from, like, indie developers. And I mean, they're pretty good. Don't get me wrong. There's definitely like a strong indie scene that has some really good stuff. But it's not the same as having, you know, a publisher-backed studio create something like Spyro or Crash or whatever. Newer recent games aren't hitting the same as they used to. That is also a tragedy of age. As you get older, things definitely don't hit the same way. You know, so you have to branch out. Like, I know that like Spyro won't hit the same for me. It just doesn't. For one, I've already played it. For some of them. But for two, I'm a bit aged out of it. I'm a little educated out of it in some cases. You know, for like games with simpler themes, it's boring because I see it coming. You know, I've read so many stories. I've written so many stories. When it's a simple story, I can kind of predict exactly what's going to happen. I already know, I'm like 99% certain, I already know what's going to happen at the end of Doom: The Dark Ages. Which is a disappointment, because like this is a game for adults. I would hope that they would at least not let me know like 4 hours before the end what's going to happen. You know, like verbatim. I have a very strong prediction that it will be exactly the same as Doom Eternal. Like the original campaign. We're going to fight a Titan from a building or some kind of arena. It's going to be a very similar thing as fighting the Icon of Sin. That's what it's going to be. I feel like that's it. And if it's not, I will be very surprised. I have higher standards for stories with games with stories, cause if I can guess the ending, I get so bored. That's the problem. I'm not 100% though. I could still be wrong. We're getting close to the point where it's gonna kind of reveal itself. You know, last 2 chapters, I'm sure it's fine to know, because it's like, oh, okay, I'm getting ready for that. But I'm a little far out to be able to be like, oh, I see. With Minecraft story, I know it's for kids, so it doesn't bother me, and nostalgic Cooper. Yeah, no, if the game's fun enough, it doesn't matter. That's the great part. If a game is fun, the story is not that important. That's why I mention it. It's like, you can make a game that is formative for a kid if they do play it in a positive sense. You know, it'll help them develop. But for an adult, it might be a little boring on the story side. They just skip it, don't care, play the game, have fun. You know, things like that. Which I would say, as far as I understand, Nintendo is like one of the few ones that still manages to strike that balance. As among the big publishers, of course. You know, because they make the... I guess it about fits, is like the family-friendly kind of genre of game where everybody can play it and enjoy it and have fun. Trying to think of what else has happened. Nintendo is sadly so shitty. Oh yeah, as a company, they're really, really awful. I've heard some excuses for them, but I am well past excusing them, because they go way beyond where anyone else goes. The excuse was something like, oh, well, you know, under Japanese law, they have to, otherwise they could lose their copyright or whatever. But there are so many other Japanese companies where they don't behave this way. Like, they do a little bit of it, a fraction of it, just to maintain that legality. But they just kind of ignore some things. You know, if the courts ever asked them, they'd say, well, we were not aware. You know, it was not brought to our attention, and you can't prove it, so, I don't know. We just didn't notice that. And by the time we did, it was already over. What were we supposed to do? You know, something like that. And, you know, everyone kind of just agrees to agree that no one knows. Just gotta ignore it at certain points because I love Mario stuff. I haven't played a Mario game in a very long time because I don't buy Nintendo. That's my personal choice. But it is for those reasons. I know a lot of people who have been negatively impacted in their hobbies because their hobby is Nintendo related, and it's like, I don't want to get into that. I don't want to get attached to a company that will treat me that way. You know, gotta draw lines somewhere. You know, I get everyone really gets abused by companies enough. I feel like there has to be a limit somewhere. So that's mine. I have older physical media, Mario stuff from being a kid. Nice. I had a GameCube growing up, and that was awesome. But I think they've kind of lost the plot, especially recently, last decade or so. I'm trying to think of what other, like, drama, quote unquote, has happened. I might be able to find it. I think Hoyoverse is actually getting better. I have no idea. They weren't ever that bad, but they weren't ever great, was my understanding. People that own Genshin, I don't know how popular Hoyoverse is generally. I think they're seen as pretty predatory in terms of like how their games are monetized compared to other gachas. They're very stingy about giving out the currencies and stuff. So, you know, that sucks. Every other gacha that I've played other than Genshin has been pretty comfortable with giving out a fair amount of stuff so that you can kind of keep up as a free-to-play player if you play every day. You know, which keeps their numbers up. That's kind of the trade of being a daily player as a free-to-play, is they give you enough to keep up, and you give them a player count so that they can, you know, attract more players and have a big number. Like that's the point of free-to-play. And for capturing people who will eventually spend. But like, you get the idea. They want big player count. That's a big thing for them. Because it doesn't cost them much to host a player. So that's kind of like the deal. And they're one of the biggest ones to kind of ignore it a bit and somehow get away with it, which is remarkable. I mean, to be clear, like, they make good games. Fun games. I liked ZZZ. I liked Genshin when I tried it out. I played Genshin when it launched. Quite a bit, actually. It was the end game I didn't like. The end, like the way that worked. It was like 20 minutes a day. It's like, and I have to boot up a video game on my computer. That's a lot of work for 10 minutes of content. That wasn't very fun. Like, all right, I'm not doing that. They've gotten better. You can really tell they've listened to the people some. Yeah, I believe it. I've heard it is better. I don't want to get into it. I'm scared of gachas. It's the daily requirement. Like, the daily stuff is just so draining. I know why they want you to do it, but I would much rather do like a weekly or something. I already do Nikkei dailies, and it's annoying. But they're quick, and I can do it on my phone, no problem. Most of it's automatic. I don't even have to play the game. So for 6,000 hours on Genshin, holy crap. That's almost as many hours as I have in Gary's mod. And that was over a long time. I was really shocked that's how high it was. That is a high number. Although if you leave it open, That does rack the hours up depending on what you're doing. Oh, you know, I think you missed like the entirety of the V Shoujo drama. Like, I think you missed all of that. So V Shoujo is basically imploded. That's the company where Iron Mouse, I think, I'm blanking on her name. I can imagine her in my head. I don't know, I'm blanking. Sometimes that just happens. Brain no worky. Yes, tons of massive VTubers all left, and then they were like, yeah, actually we don't have money. We're not like functioning, actually. Bankruptcy. So yeah, that was pretty interesting. And you know, now everyone's going to talk about them going indie, and I'm cringing to high heavens that they're calling them indie. It's like, yeah, indie. Yep. And Eminem's an indie rapper. Like come on, indie. I mean, independent technically, but like they're basically their own company at that point. Indie, yeah, it's like just because you're not signed to a company doesn't make you quite the thing that I would think of when you say indie. Indie to me means that you do most of your work on your own. Most of it. You might have one person helping you or something. Eminem makes me cringe. Oh, Eminem is very cringe, don't get me wrong. I think he's funny. But funny cringe. You know, sometimes you want to cringe. Sometimes you want a little bit cringe in your life. Eminem's good for that. But yeah, no, yeah. Point being, I hate that so much. Because the way that indie is used everywhere else, right? Indie means, you know, very small team, if not solo. And, you know, you're working with like crumbs of what anyone else has. Ad City, dang. Ads in my yapping segment. That's crazy. This weird stand-up comedy style ad for some gun game. Weird. What was I thinking? Oh gosh. Oh yeah, indie. And like, what is indie? It's called Breakthrough, and for some reason that ad really pisses me off. Randomly. Some ads and really hate others. I don't blame you. I hate Hardee's and I don't like ketchup. Huh? Commenting on all the ads. Oh, okay. That explains. Getting ad for command books? You mean hooks? Yes. Okay. I mean, at least that's not like an awful thing to get an ad for. They're pretty useful. Yeah, I have tons of them. That's actually how gosh. I don't think Clee was here when I moved my whole setup. AI is so lazy. It's usually bad too. Like, it's usually not good at whatever they're trying to do with it. It is okay. I do have something to complain about, which is just AI and goddamn everything. And it's always so bad. Like I'm a tech guy, you know, it's literally like my job. Tech is my thing. I write software. It's what I do. This is my job. This is my career. And these bastards have ruined it. They have ruined our reputation. And they keep doing this thing. The same thing happened with crypto. All right? Same exact thing. Yeah, no worries, Clay. So I keep seeing the tech people, you know, the Silicon Valley types, they keep finding things, right? Stuff to like quote unquote work on or whatever. You know, the things they're gonna build. AI being one of them, crypto, NFTs, all that shit. And every goddamn time, the explanation is it will do amazing things later. What do you mean later? Why not now? Why not right frickin' now? Why can't it do something? Why isn't it useful yet? Why is it not making profit? Like, why is that so hard to like grasp for investors too? Why does the money get pumped into these things? Billions of dollars? Billions? Do you understand what you can build with billions of dollars? Something more productive than an AI data center, that's for sure. You know, there's housing crises in several countries. Like when you buy a game, you don't own it. It is vaguely similar to that, where they have these like ideas, but they don't actually do anything good with them. They just grift and take your money. That's what it is every time. And that's how the AI thing is again. And I have come up with the theory. I'm sure it's not the first time someone said this, but this is how I've decided to interpret this, is every single time that the tech bros tell you that they have this brand new thing, this wonderful technology that will change the world and do all these things that it can't obviously do right now, but like, trust me, bro, it'll get there. It'll be there. Just give it time. Every single time that the crypto, NFT, etc. people hop on that bandwagon, it's a grift. Every goddamn time. Because every time that there's a new grift, you know, it was crypto at first. That was the big one. Okay, that didn't pan out. You know, now, okay, everyone kind of figured out it's all just rug pulls. All right, fine. Well, let's move on to NFTs. Okay, that lasted a few years. People have wised up a little bit, and crypto's got a bad reputation. Let's move on to something else. You know, keep our eyes open here. AI comes around. Oh, look, now they're all on about that. Isn't that funny? Like, every time? They don't miss. Every time it's a grift. Come on. And people keep buying it. Every single time. It is actually vapor. Like, there's nothing tangible to it. I will say, at least this time, it was a pretty good grift. The AI is pretty convincing. But it is incredibly bad at doing anything actually productive consistently. There are very specific tasks that it will probably be helpful for, don't get me wrong. Coming up with boilerplate coding is probably one of the best implementations for it so far, where it's actually seeing some success, but you still have to know how to code to use it, so it's kind of redundant to a certain extent. So, you know, best case scenario, it saves you some Googling. It saves you some time. And, you know, fair enough. That's a pretty good tool. Saving you time is important. That is very helpful. If it saves you, you know, 50% of your time because you don't have to go looking for stuff to be like, yeah, no, that's how you do that. You don't have to do that. That's great. But like, that's it. That's what we got. We got shitty videos. We got pee stained images because all it generates now is pink, is yellow colored. What are we doing here? What's happening? Because none of this is making any goddamn sense. And no one wants technology to be successful more than me. Like, I want this to work. especially for how much we've invested in it. But it's not happening. And I mean, like, it's genuinely not happening. I have seen no evidence. None. Even when I look at what the grifters are selling you, right? I will look into their claims. I look at these things. It's nothing special. It is at best a mild improvement, but the actual cost to get that result is massive. If you were actually paying for all of what you're using to get there, it would not make economic sense. So I genuinely don't know what we're doing in terms of tech. Like I'm 100% convinced it is a bubble. It will pop, and it will be very bad for the economy when it does. Worse than the dot-com bubble. Because it is not there yet. This needed like 10 more years of research before it was even close to being where, you know, it would be able to replace things in full, in a reasonable manner, without breaking so many ethics that everybody hates it. Because if you could train it on less data, less, but, you know, higher quality, you know, so that you could use consensual data where people have said, oh yeah, no, you can use mine, I don't mind. If you had gotten to that point, waited a little bit, get there, develop it more, and then, you know, it can actually do a real job without being the most awful thing ever. I mean, like, let's face it, every time you've probably run into an AI anything while you're trying to, I don't know, call a company, chat with them, whatever, it's useless. It is actually useless because it doesn't actually know how to talk to someone. Whenever the companies implement it, they don't even try. Like, they're not putting in effort. They don't care. They want it to get rid of you, essentially. To give you the boxed answers that a chatbot can do, but they don't even want to implement the chatbot because that's a little too much work for them. Way less overhead. They don't know that, though. You know, they just know that they can put AI on their company because now they use it. They will instead, you know, tell people that, oh, yeah, no, we're an AI company because they have an AI chatbot or something. Some BS like that. But, you know, it raises their stock price for now. I always called it Gork and Mork. That's a 40K reference. You don't even know that it is, but it is. But kind of like a Taser type thing. Oh my gosh. It's what happened to Anime Girl Rock? I think it's still there. People just stopped freaking out about it. It's like, okay, yeah, it's there. I think nothing new, no news. I'm sure if they got rid of it, I would have heard about that. People would be freaking out. I think you have to pay like $300 a month though to get access to it. It's like crazy expensive. So there's not actually that many people who are using it. But that's kind of what I mean. Like, that's the actual price of running like a really heavy model. $300 a month. And that's averaged out from everyone using it. Some people are going to use a lot more than that. And I think they still have limits on what those people can use. So, like, you're going to use that for what, your entire customer service? No, you're not. That's too expensive. Costs an arm and a leg. Oh, you're investing in the future of it. Well, unfortunately, the future of it is on a flat trend. That price is not coming down. Not anytime soon. And not significantly. Like, the way that it will get cheaper, unless something drastically changes, like a big upgrade or something, to the software itself that's all behind it, you know, the actual stuff that the data scientists work on, short of a breakthrough there, it's not changing significantly. Basically, what they found was as you shove more data into the model, it doesn't matter anymore. It gets to a certain point. It's kind of like you use that like 30 times to see the Pizza Man, $300 a month. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a lot of money. So, oh gosh, what was I saying? I think I blanked out. Crap. I don't know why I let myself lose that thought. But I did. I lost that thought. Anyway. Yeah. Oh, no. Right. I remember now. If you shove more data into it, it starts to plateau. Kind of like how once you practice a skill, you know, when you start practicing a skill, say for the first month, you know, you get to the end of that first month and you're like, wow, I've really improved at this. I'm so much better at, I don't know, making pizza, since we mentioned the pizza man, right? Say you've been trying to make pizza all month. You spend a couple of days a week doing it. By the end of the month, you know, you're pretty good at making pizza. But then you keep doing it, and you keep doing it. And, you know, you're a year later, and yeah, you're a lot better than when you started. But if you do it for another year, are you really going to be that much better? I mean, it's just a pizza. It can only get so complicated, right? I mean, so there's a limit. There's a limit to how much just shoving more data, more experience, let's call it, in, and just kind of jamming it in there. Those types of things don't just magically work. So you gotta find some other way to get better at it. And humans are great at that. We're good at adapting to the fact that, like, oh, well, this doesn't work anymore. Okay, I have to go try something new, experiment, find inspiration, whatever it might be, right? But the AI isn't going to tell you that. How do you inspire an AI? I don't freaking know, man. Like, what kind of question is that? Weird question. But that's kind of the issue. They don't know the answer to that question. So they don't know how to get around that problem. I mean, nobody knows the answer to it. I don't think it has an answer. I think the real answer is it's a predictive model that is basing itself off the data in it. So even if you double the amount of data when you already have a ton, it still kind of averages out to the same thing. Because it averages. You know, you can direct its learning and things like that, but eventually the data amount doesn't matter. The quality does, but you need so much of it. Like, you just can't, man. It just doesn't work. So, like, it's just not going to get that much better. See, some state banned AI therapy. They should. You should not talk to an AI for therapy. I mean, if you're in crisis and it's the only thing you got, I mean, make do, right? But please don't. Like, anything else. And I don't say that because I hate AI. Like I said, I want that stuff to succeed if it can, you know, and if it was good and helpful, I would absolutely encourage it, because mental health is god awful in this country and in most countries, very inaccessible. But more than once, I have seen legitimate screenshots and stuff from AI chatbots that aren't configured correctly, let's say, who encourage self-harm. That is appalling in so many ways. And I don't even know how to address that. The fact it happened once is just, no, it's over. No, absolutely not. Not for a very long time, if ever. Because if an actual therapist did that, they would also be never again. I don't know how that's hard to, like, for anyone, you know, working in the sector, in that part of the tech sector, to grasp it. Like, that is inappropriate. It's like people working for Palantir who, you know, do awful things for money. And not just, like, they don't just develop weapons or something. Honestly, I don't care if you develop missiles. Someone's going to do it for money, you know. And to a certain extent, I understand a mentality of, well, someone else is going to do it, and, you know, if someone's going to do it, I'll do it, and I'll do it correctly, so that no one has to get hurt that doesn't deserve to get hurt. Hopefully, I can kind of start to understand that. but I can't understand, because there are AIs that are targeted like this to be AI bots. It's like, I can't, no, I don't accept that. I don't accept that you looked at the machine that spits out words thinking that that's what you want to hear, regardless of whether it's what you actually need to hear. And I'm going to use that to give people therapy for money. For money. Let's be clear there. They make them pay for it. Not always, but usually. You know, that's just evil. You just want money. Period. And don't get me wrong. I mean, a lot of us want money, but like, have some morals, would you? Ethics, maybe? God. How do you live with yourself? And yeah, life has felt dystopian. I hope that it's like temporary. I really hope so. Because it's really reminding me of this, I saw this like really fucked up meme once. And I say fucked up, like it was like weird fucked up, not like a evil or something. It was just like some weird reference. I don't know who it was supposed to be, but it was like some horror character. And the quote was literally just, "It gets worse before it gets worse." And that was it. Like that was the whole thing. It was just like deep fried black and white of like this evil looking character. And I was just like, I think you're right, but what am I looking at? Yeah, it has a very distinct way of talking, and it really pisses me off, maybe because I know it's AI, but the way AI talks is so soulless with no personality. That's the point, yeah. Also, it is trained mainly on like fanfic writers and things like that. You know, people who post their writing online in large amounts without any like strong copyright controls. That's where it trained most of its writing off of, how it writes and how it talks. So it's like a mix between a Redditor, a fanfic writer, and like corporate from all the like social media stuff. 2024 to me felt like a great year, and then 2025 feels like one of the worst years in recent memory. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, in terms of like world events, things are not going great. But hopefully the reality is that it gets worse before it gets better, and things will get better. Now, if Wattpad needs ID, I may cry. I really don't think we're going to get the ID law. That seems very unlikely. Like that's genuinely unlikely, I think. Mainly because it's a constitutional violation in various ways for people in the States, which thankfully we have the Constitution. I say that very often when I see things happen in like the UK and EU, and they're just like, oh well. It's like, that's not good, not great. But they don't really get a choice. Leave my gay stories alone. That's what I'm saying. Leave Clee's gay stories alone. Constitution, I love you. It has probably been one of the better decisions that the founding fathers ever made. At one point, they weren't going to do it. That was very silly of them to even think that. And then I think they kind of got like forced into it by some of the states, and so they were like, fine, here's your Bill of Rights. I guess technically I should clarify, it is the Bill of Rights. I forgot about the Tay Gates, as they are. They are very cute. You missed streams. We've missed you. At least I've missed you. I can't speak for others. But nice to have you back. Like, I felt more active because of the Discord, but nothing beats streams. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, a lot of stuff happens here. There's not quite enough people, I think, yet, like, in the community for the Discord to, like, really be popping off, you know? Maybe, you know, another 10 active viewers, which I don't think I'm actually, like, crazy far off from, you know, really starting to build towards better growth. I've definitely experimented a lot. Talking Discord when you can. You do, Frantic. We appreciate you. I mean, no one should feel pressured to. I'm just saying, like, there's a certain number of people where things kind of just start to organically happen. You know, because if it's not very active, then people kind of forget about it. Yeah, you know, that's just how it works. Try messaging in the Discord whenever I think it makes sense for me to. You know, it doesn't have to make sense for you to. You just, it's there for everybody. You know, everyone to socialize and have fun. Playing golf was so good. Oh, the golf was fun. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoy the golf with friends. It's a really nice, like, chill atmosphere and experience. Oh shit. I saw something today that was crazy, actually. Okay, so I'm going to spill some more VTuber tea for you, Clay. There was a group. Whoa. Hi, Iron. I've been going this for a year. Yeah, no, I have been. And many more. So it shocks you. Why does it shock you? I've almost been here the entire time. Ah, okay, because you've been here for basically a year. Yeah. Many more to wait. Yeah, plenty of time. So there was this group of VTubers, and it was V followed by the letters T, A, R, and D. Now, obviously, that is offensive and inappropriate, especially if the group is not made up of people who that term would be used against, especially, which it is not. That group kind of fell apart pretty quickly. It lasted like a couple weeks. There was a lot of attention on them, though, because I think one of them was there ironically. They left like right away. Hope you hear more. Well, I'm very happy to hear that. Always happy to have you. But one of them, like the person who started the little group, was in a very serious, like dead serious. How do I say this without getting in trouble? They agreed with a lot of the things that a former leader of Germany during questionable times, let's say, believed it. I think that's a way I can say that. Yeah, so like that guy, this VTuber, she was a fan, let's say. So a lot of people didn't like that. Yeah, that group. Yeah, that was an interesting one. I was just like, wow. I'm surprised someone's trying this because they're gonna get banned. They got banned. Just throwing that out there. That is how the story ends. The one leading it gets banned, at least on Twitter. They basically told someone to go die, so that is against the rules on Twitter. You can't do that. Not many rules left on Twitter. That's one of them. They'll probably get banned off Twitch if they say anything too offensive. If they're on there, they might be on Kick. They're probably on Kick. Let's be real. They probably don't want to be on Twitch. Twitch has rules. Which, honestly, I feel like Twitch's rules are pretty chill. For what they do, for what they offer, and the audience that you have access to, it's pretty chill. Like, you can cuss as much as you want. You can show most things. You can play most games that aren't, like, strictly 18 plus. And when you make mistakes on those, they understand, like, oh, you know, you're a live streamer. The Sydney Sweeney jeans ad, that was wild. They knew what they were doing. They knew. I know what you're talking about. They knew. They knew what they were doing. That was a crazy ad. I understand why on Twitter you can't say that, but I still do sometimes in my head. Oh, no, trust me, I understand. I occasionally see people where I question how they survived the day. But, you know, they're still here, so... whatever. So this is one of them, actually. The story isn't over. So she got banned off Twitter, as deserved. Very much deserved, I think. After what she said several times. There's a very specific rigor. And for what that means they do rigging for live 2D models. You know how my model like moves and stuff, and I can you know, look at you and all those things and move around and stuff. That is rigged as it is. It's like a puppet. You know, you have to have the strings on the puppet to make it move. This guy, Kevin, he does rigging. Like, that's his thing. And, you know, he's actually really good at it. I'm not going to take that away from him. A lot of things you can take and say negative about the guy, but he's good at what he does. But he also does really weird stuff. I also unironically think she's not that attractive. I am bi, not just gay. I saw what was happening there, but I wasn't particularly excited by it. I mean, they're jeans. I don't know, anything with a corporate logo on it just doesn't do it for me. It just doesn't. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting old or something. The moment there's a logo, it's like, no. You know, if I can tell it's an ad, it's already over. But no, but back on topic. This Kevin guy, I had seen posts from him before. I was like, I don't really. This guy's got a bit of a dickish attitude. Like, he really, like, I often tell my friends, some of them, Frisky especially, like, you should have a little more ego. It's okay to have an ego. It's okay to think well of yourself and to think that you're, like, pretty cool. You know, that's a healthy amount of, like, oh yeah, you know, I'm all right. You know, I'm just as good as anybody else. That's a good level of ego to have. And a lot of people don't have. You know, it's like, okay, build yourself up a little, buddy. You know, it's okay. You're allowed. You can do that. No one else is going to hate you because you think you're just as good as anybody else. That's fine. Hey, Dominic, how's it going? We're talking about you probably know who I'm talking about already. The Kevin guy who does live 2D rigging. He had recently said something interesting. You probably even already saw it. He posted lamenting that person from that one group we were talking about getting banned. Lamenting it, upset about the fact that they were banned. Whoa. Like, whoa. You probably heard about this one, if you're aware of him. Yeah, the group that was led by the person who is a fan of that one German leader that everybody hates, that one. And I'm not talking about Angela Merkel. I know a lot of people hate her too. Yeah, so this VTuber was a fan of him and definitely not okay and was saying some very awful things on Twitter to the point they got banned for a bit. I'm not sure if it was permanent, but they got banned. Yeah, Kevin was lamenting that they got banned. was upset. Yeah, it's like so hard to get banned on Twitter unless you're a bot or something, and even then I don't think they care. But yeah, I imagine bots are like the most likely to get banned out of anybody. But yeah, no, yeah, he was upset that they got banned. And it wasn't even like coded. It was just like, can't believe they got rid of them. It's like, oh, what? What, huh? Kevin, what's wrong with you? Are you telling me oh, you're one of those? That is like messed up. Bot's likely to get banned. Looks at Tay. Hey now. Hey now, put down the gun. Put it down, please. I'm begging you. I'm only half bot, I swear. I can pass the human test. Yeah, I'm not a bot, I'm a cyborg, alright? I can pass the test. Yeah, no, yeah, human on the inside. Exactly, Dominic. Exactly. Yeah, so a long time ago, and I want to say this was like around the time, God, sir, I'm holding a cannon, as you should. Around the time I had started VTubing and like got more into social media, understanding it, being on it, he was probably one of the first people I blocked. I forget what he said. He said something really douchey, like really rude to someone. And, you know, maybe he's okay with that. He thinks that's fine. I did not want that on my timeline. I said, no, that's gone. Getting rid of him. He's gone. I don't know if I blocked him or muted him. One of the two. Either way, I don't see him anymore. Probably blocked because it doesn't even come up as like someone you muted or whatever. Haven't seen him in ages. I'm like, oh, right, that guy exists. He's real. And it was just like, wow, I really know how to spot them, don't I? I just pluck out the bad ones, don't I? I know. But I think a lot of people know, to be fair. I'm tired of playing things like that. First person I blocked on Twitter was Elon. He's on my list, I think. I think he's blocked on mine as well. Or I haven't seen him, one of the two. But yeah. I thought that was really like, oh, okay. I've blocked a fair few people. Yeah, I've muted a lot of people. But usually it's just like they're like way outside of any of my interests, and for some reason they're showing up, and it's like, yeah, get rid of that. Or they're like really weirdly political, like really out there in the extremes. And I'm just like, that's weird. Okay, bye. Love to block people on Twitter. Yeah, I mean, there's some real freaks on there. They're crazy. Only folks I blocked on Blue Sky are those who crashed out at me to a point where I don't want to be bothered patching things up. That's crazy. Crashed out at you for what? I mean, you don't have to tell me, but just like, I'm just... What? I'm just surprised, sorry. Again, you don't have to explain, but just... I don't get it. You're definitely not one for like... At least from my own, or everything I've seen from you. You're not exactly like crazy out there wackadoo. In the two incidences, they both admitted to having a bad period of life in general, and I happen to be the lightning rod. That's messed up. Like, this is just my opinion. Right? But... And good that you blocked it, but for everyone else, don't accept excuses like those. I mean, unless you've known someone for a very long time, and you know that, like, they really went through, like, the absolute worst. Because, you know, there may be the rare exception, but as a general rule, if someone treats you poorly, to a point that you feel that you need them, like, gone, and that's it. That's just it. Just do it. It is almost never worth it. in the nicest way. There are times where you'll be like, I really didn't like that, but you don't feel like it's enough to just like want to just leave immediately. In those cases, yeah, patch it up, work it out. It's fine. But when someone makes you feel like they've really crossed a line, and I won't go into the details because let's call it personal, but that has happened to me recently. And I've just had to make the decision that no, I'm not going to interact with those people anymore. Period. Like there's no, oh, but if they apologize, or oh, but this or that. I've given them enough rope, and they have decided that what they would like to do with it is tie a particular kind of knot. So I'm not worried about it anymore. There's a point where you need to just set boundaries. It happens. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the more you care about someone, the closer you are to them, the more you're going to be willing to work with them, and the more you're not going to feel like you just need to get rid of them. But yes. Yes, the nope knot. Yeah, that one. If they tie that on their own, then it's over. I'm not worried about it. It's not my problem anymore, and it's not going to be my problem. And I despise that some people in this community will, just in general, not in this community, just in general, let's be real, that some people will take that as like oh, now I have to like ruin their life. Like, oh, come on, don't do that. A friend of mine explained that his approach isn't to flounce, it's to simply go quiet and disappear. I do that. Yeah, that's generally my approach as well. It's, unless someone tries to like push me on it, I'm not gonna bother to try and like explain why someone has crossed me. I assume the thing is, it's very hard to cross me in the first place. Like, I can tolerate a lot of things, especially if they're not directed at me, but even if they are, I let a lot of things slide. I'm a pretty chill person overall. I have taken quite a bit of crap, but I do have a limit. And I have had those limits hit rather recently. And in those experiences, I really feel that when that happened, they should know. And not in the passive aggressive, kind of way where you guilt someone or something. I'm not going to tell them. And I hope that they don't notice. That is the optimal outcome. And like, that's fine. That's all I want. I just want them out. Gone. Leave me alone. And that is A-okay with me. So I'm trying not to say too much because these are people I know. But I just try to cut it out, make distance, that sort of thing. And most of the time I'm quiet. I am also busy, but it's a different kind of quiet. I try to get back to people. I do have the problem that if someone doesn't reach out to me, I'm not answering them, most likely. Like, I'm not going to reach back out to them randomly. I have too many people who try to contact me. I updated the game since we're just chatting. We're still sitting here. I should have done that like an hour ago. But yeah, it's been right. So that stuff that I'm referring to were things that are like very basic, I think, social standards, let's call them. But heavily inconvenience someone's life feels really nice. It can, but only when they've like, I've only ever been even tempted to do that sort of thing when it was malicious. What I'm talking about now is not, I hope not. I don't want to believe it's malicious, but it's just a way of behaving that I really dislike. I've tried to address. They didn't really care. So now I am where I am. And I have to make a decision for my own good. And that's just all it is. They're not evil. They're not awful. They have different expectations, I guess, about how people behave that don't mesh with mine. You know, I guess I can be really broad about it and just say I do find it very important to have permission / consent / communication before doing something that impacts someone else in like a notable way. I think that's vague enough. I think that's very vague, actually. But something I think most people would generally be like, oh yeah, okay. But some people don't feel like necessarily they have to do that for whatever reason. Granted, I never told this person they didn't need to do that, but stuff like that, where it's just like, you have a different idea of what's okay, so that's okay. They're allowed to have that, to be clear. You're allowed to have your weird perspective on life. Not going to stop them. That's kind of where I'm at with someone. I'm like, I love them too much to cut them off, so I'm just lessening my expectations and how I want them to behave, and therefore lessening their significance in my life. Yeah, that's a good way to make that distance and keep yourself safe. Not in the like weird way that people mean that sometimes, but like literally like keeping your own emotions safe from being, hurt by someone. Yeah. But putting up a wall, if you will, is if you expect, if I expect of someone I just met, let's say, the same kind of behavior and respect that I get from them that I value very much as someone who is both my friend and a fellow VTuber, that's like setting the bar way too high and setting myself up to, be upset. Same kind of idea of like, you gotta temper your expectations a little bit. But then also, you can only go so far with that, which is, again, like that's where I'm finding myself, where I've lowered the bar as far as I can and they still went lower, and I'm just, just how it is. But I'm also tired of seeing people have this kind of experience that I just had, maybe a little more dramatic, but just in general, and feeling like they need to tell everyone in the world about who did it and why and how evil they are. And 90% of the time, it's really not that big of a deal. I mean, talk to your friends, don't get me wrong. I don't mind hearing my friends talk about their problems, but, you don't need to post it on Twitter. You don't need a Google Docie. All right? You really don't. Unless it's an extremely serious situation where other people are genuinely at risk of like being hurt, then you probably don't need to air it to everybody. Probably. Not strictly, but I've seen some Google Docs that are just like, why is this public? God, there was that one, an artist was posting like all sorts of stuff from a commission they were doing, complaining about what ultimately turned out to be their fault anyway. Like once all the evidence was out, everyone more or less agreed, like, oh, you're just awful. People want to feel important, I guess. But they are important. I don't know. And I don't mean that to say that they should do that. I just mean to say, like, why do you need to do that to feel important? You are important. You're a person. You're just as important as anybody else. And bring others down. Oh yeah, I guess. I don't really get that, but looks like multiple times I've said I start to overthink when I message you and you don't respond for weeks, even though you're actively online, because I think you're mad at me. And she's like, I'll get better at it. She never does, and I just got to stop caring. Yeah. I mean, you just have to accept that, like, okay, this is what's actually happening. Yeah, bringing other people down, I don't get. Like, again, unless they really deserve it, but almost nobody does. Most people beat themselves up plenty. I mean, you probably beat yourself up more than anybody you know says anything negative about you. You know, I probably can't even do that much damage to you. You know, not nearly as much as you do to yourself. So what's the point? Little editor in my head is my main critic. Yeah, exactly. You know, like I constantly criticize myself for the decisions I make, which I've had to learn that, yes, I should have those thoughts of, I shouldn't do that. Like logically, you know, like saying, you know, okay, I'm trying to cut my calories, and I have been, on the whole, successful. I have eaten less food, less calories, but I've, you know, there's that voice in my head that tells me, okay, but you can do better. And then I'm like, okay, but that'll be stressful, and it will be more than I can handle, and that won't end well. And those things are clashing, and I have to go with the one that makes more sense and just go on with that and say, no, this one's right. We're going to do that. But like, that has taken me how long to figure out? I'm almost 30. It's not, life's tough, man. You don't need to make it harder, especially for other people. Least of all for yourself, of course, but like, it's what, like, I don't get it, man. Nothing has affected me more than like a friendship breakup. Yeah, I mean, if you're friends with someone for a really long time, it's like losing a family member, in a sense. Not like losing them. Let's be clear about that. Like, nobody died, but just like losing them to like going crazy or something. Like they went off the deep end and you had to cut them off or something. Someone that you were close to. The same kind of feeling. You know, having friends drift away has never hurt me that much. At least individually. I was really depressed when I moved up here for my job. I had to move from, I used to live in Pennsylvania. I'm pretty open about that. I love PA. I want to go back. But I had to move to a different state to work my current job. And after getting here, like a month or two in, I realized I don't have any friends. Like none. And not even the option of connecting with any. Like it's completely off the table now. But then I also realized, like, very quickly after that, was like, oh, but like they didn't talk to me anymore anyway. Like I had none, zero, even when I was living with my family in the town I grew up in. They all had moved like somewhere else. You know, they had their own lives. They were working, had girlfriends or whatever, and you know their life went on. They don't hate me or anything. I'm sure I could call them tomorrow and they would be like, oh, hey, how's it going? Assuming they answer. Assuming their phone number hasn't changed. And, you know, they have their own friends, you know, and occasionally, very rarely, but we do still occasionally chat. But it's not like it used to be. But that's fine, all on its own. It's just that I didn't have new ones, you know? So extroverted, I genuinely feel crazy if I don't talk to people. Well, that is a big reason I got into VTubing, was I wanted the community that I used to have when I did like the stalker roleplay stuff, you know, where I had people to talk to every day, and maybe not always the same handful of people, because like people get busy. And most of my online friends, they're pretty busy. They have a pretty tight schedule. And as much as I love them, it's really hard to make things line up. You know, I have to work, they have to work, they're in different time zones. You know, it's difficult to maintain. So I was like, okay, you know, I would like to do something, you know, pick up a new hobby that is more independent. I wanted to make content. I knew that for God knows how long, since I was a teenager. But I didn't know like how. I kind of figured I'd like streaming, but I could never try it. I didn't have internet. I mean, I had internet, but like it wasn't good enough. Just to clear that up. Always had internet, but it just always sucked. So I realized, oh, I can do that. And I'm like, oh, but I can't show my face. you know, due to my job, the risk of getting fired if someone got like angry at me and called my employer or something, they're not that high, but they're not that low either. So I was like, yeah, it's probably not a good risk. And then I, stumbled upon like VTubing and realized like, oh, you can actually like do that on a budget. It's not $30,000 to get in. Oh, okay. I'll do that. So that's basically how I ended up here. But the loneliness was a big part of it. It was because it was just like, and to be clear, I'm very introverted. I know you don't believe me saying that, as I have yapped for 2 hours to everybody here. But I am, I promise. You being little text boxes on my screen makes it very different. I don't know how. It's like magic. I wish I could explain it better, but it just works. Maybe it's because there's no voice. I think not hearing voices helps a lot. Same. Okay, so I'm not crazy. I'm not weird. It's just like a thing. Chat is not socially draining. Exactly. I think it's because you have like full control over the conversation. So it's not like stressful worrying about like, oh, what are they going to say? I got to pay attention and listen carefully so I don't miss words. It's just whatever I want to talk about and whatever I want to answer. And I can, glaze over a little piece if I don't feel like it. More online related to IRL. Yeah, not being physically present also makes it better. I can sit in voice all day with people I'm comfortable with, but I can't sit in a room with people I'm comfortable with all day consistently. Text can be edited and revised. Yeah, that too. There's also no tone with text. There's implied tone, and if you're a very good writer, you can do it. You can have a tone. I'm very mindful of it, actually. It's why it takes me forever to type anything. Like when I'm worried about the tone. Yeah, sometimes it's pretty quick and easy, but voice chat can be draining if I'm not comfortable. It really depends on what we're doing. And how many people are there. That's a big thing. It's why when I did the Gary's Mod collab recently, I was very adamant that, like, unless we have very few people, we're going to use in-game chat. Because in-game chat has this awesome feature where it'll kind of just start to cut people out and, like, mesh the audio together if too many people are talking. So it just can't get that bad. It seems Lady adopted me into her group. I got no problem. Awesome. I mean, you're welcome in our group as well. Frantic. I overwrite. I write a lot. It's actually the main reason I have I have very few posts in general. Because, like, I can't write short messages. So I want to make sure people can tell my tone. Yeah, that does help. Adding more words, but also like just the clarity. Yeah, no, we do open voice chats all the time, Frantic. You can just join in. I think the only concern for anyone there is that you're 18 plus, since it's STEM's community. That's about the only thing. I know for my community it's like 16 plus ish. Like personally for me and mine. That's the only thing I worry about. But I think I'm one of the more lax people in Dem server that's like a regular on that. I think Frisky's probably in the same boat of like, as long as you're mature, it's fine, because he doesn't do anything like suggestive. It's not his thing. Anything I do that's suggestive is like a joke that humiliates me in some way. It's not like I'm not trying to flirt with anyone. It'd be just, whenever I'm on here, I'm not flirting with you, I promise. Guarantee it. But I think the worst we get is like the text readings, and those are literally a script. Also really hate people who can't communicate. I understand why it's hard to communicate for a lot of people. And Looks at license. Okay, thank God I'm fine. This plastic card says I'm 31. Oh, good. Yeah. All I do is suggestive. That's not the only thing you do, Clay. We have very real conversations quite often. But you're always flirting with Mita. You send me secret psychic messages that tell me it's okay to put you in my basement. Do I? Are you sure? Have you checked the authenticity? I think the psychic messages are coming from inside the building, Dominic. You might want to check on that. Oh my God. I feel like you're actually quoting something. I feel like you're quoting someone. That's the crazy part. Like, I feel like you're channeling someone that you've watched. Because that sounds like something someone would actually say. Lots of stuff rattles into my brain. Understandable. I mean, I don't have anything against it. It's just, it's like, it's not my thing. You know? I don't know. I'm just not always, I'm not always feeling like that, you know? And I'm not one who wants to act. I really don't want to act. While I'm here, because this is like, I think I've mentioned this before. This is basically like my therapy. I know that sounds like really weird. But the way that the way that I socialize with chat, with everybody here, the way that I just get to like do what I want, and it's time allotted for me essentially to do what I like, to say what I want, and not have anyone to, like, you know, tell me I'm wrong. Well, not you guys do sometimes tell me I'm wrong, but you know, not in the same way. And it's almost like alone time, but I still get to socialize in a way. I understand to some extent not being able to communicate, but at a certain point you got to try to do better. I do agree with that. I think making the effort is what matters the most in most cases with most things, but like communication matters a lot. So streaming your main source of relaxation, time set aside for your mind to get away from things. Not my only source. I would say it competes with being my main source. There are some other things I do. I do just hang out with the others in Dem server. You know, we'll just play games. Stuff like that. I joked in one of your past streams, this is exposure therapy for me to realize not all men want me to go to hell for being gay. Lee, we love you here. It's that if anything, it's as much the opposite as possible. I really do want the best for you. I want the best for everybody here. Hey, Dem. Just taying. Yeah, just taying. It me. Just tay. I mean, I like to think that what I want genuinely is the best for everybody. Whether that's, you know, what they want or what they don't want, that may vary. But I do want whatever is the best for someone all the time. And it actually quite bothers me that there are people who seriously don't want that. It's strange to me. I can hardly fathom it. Yeah, how's it going, Dem? How was your day? I think you were streaming. Just had a streamer whose design I like get outed as a meanie. Oh. I think the worst thing I've done is get misunderstood. That's the worst thing I've done so far as a VTuber. I stream, now I'm hungry. What are you gonna eat? But yeah, a lot of my humor is giving people crap. That is to say, taking little jabs at people and like making fun of the really dumb things they do because they should know better kind of stuff. So, you know, when someone puts something out there publicly, you know, on Twitter or whatever, saying something quite plainly dumb, I make fun of them. Especially when I don't think they're being real. Actually, really only when I don't think they're actually being real. Because if I think someone's actually like just ignorant or something, I'm not going to make fun of them. That seems a little harsh. But when I know that they're engagement farming, oh yeah, I love to. It's great. A good example is someone was trying to get engagement on something that they didn't even think like a chunk of it through, and they said something really stupid, which was they pointed out that like there's no coastline on a country in particular, and the thing they were replying to was talking about waterfront property. So I don't know, you know, you might not realize this like right off the bat, and I don't blame you if you don't, but you know, to think about this and type it out and then hit send tweet, little different, right? So there's water other than ocean. So like you can have a waterfront property on a lake. Like that's a thing. The country in question, I forget, I'm blanking on which one it is, but there's a country in Africa with like a really big lake. And it was just like, this is just stupid. Like you're just dumb. I'm sorry. Like that. This is the dumbest thing I've seen in a very long time. So I just quote tweeted it with because there is no water other than the ocean and my tap. Because clearly, I mean, where else could there be water? Gosh. And the supermarket, of course. People don't think before tweeting. Well, they should. They should really think about that. But they deserved that joke. All right. And the right thing to do when someone points out that you just said something really dumb is to say, LOL, you're right. Good point. Whatever. You know, like, it's not personal. I'm not attacking you. You said something dumb. I'm pointing out that you said something dumb and laughing about it. I didn't say you're an idiot. I didn't say anything like that. Nothing mean. Just pointed out how silly that statement was. They blocked me. You know, if anything, that just admits that no, they're actually just that stupid. That wasn't an oopsie. They're just dumb. Yeah, they took that one personal. Anyway, for that, oh yeah, no, they didn't know me at all. They'd never interacted with me before. They just came up on my timeline, so I thought it was funny. But yeah, no, they noticed at least that I quote retweeted them. So, you know, hey, I got 3 seconds of their brain activity. I think I won. And I'll never have to see one of their posts again. Hopefully. I'm pretty sure it's less likely for me to see it if they blocked and I don't follow them. Anyway. The one that I got misunderstood for, that I'm not too happy that I got misunderstood on. I think I deleted it because it was just people were very not getting it. But you know those engagement farming posts where they would post about how like someone sent them like a really weird like sexual gross message, but they were almost always like lying. Like that's not a real message. Nobody sent you that. You know, they only include the message and like some quip from them back being like, what the heck? Because it's like, okay, why did you answer that? First question. Second question, who sent you this? Who sent you this? If you think it's important enough to post it, who sent you it? Why can't you answer that question? Let's be real. You made this up. The other thing is, let's say it is real. Let's say that you've posted some really questionable stuff, and that is the kind of person I'm talking about here. And by questionable, I mean questionable as in I can't talk about it here. Let's just say it's real, and that is the kind of stuff that you post. You have your blue site. You know, you're engaged in that side of life online. I'm beating around the bush here. And you know, you post that and you're like, "Oh my god, I can't believe someone sent me this." Really? Listen, I'm not guilting you for what you do. More power to you. Feel free. But like, you're surprised that you got like a weird message on Twitter with your open DMs? I'm surprised that you're surprised. Like, isn't that like the first thing you should expect? What do you mean? What do you mean you didn't expect to get the weird message? It's really? Really? Are you sure? Because I don't think that you're surprised. I really don't think so. I think that unless you're stupid, like really stupid, and I don't think you're that stupid, that would be an insult. I think you knew that this was going to happen eventually, which is why you posted it on Twitter and exaggerated about it, about how surprised you were. And now you're milking that engagement. But you know what would be really funny? If I pointed out that to go and post that thing, to go and post that and be surprised, you'd have to be a real freaking idiot. Not to just be like, you know, disappointed. Disappointed is fair. Not to just be like, ew, gross. Being grossed out is fair. But surprised. Like shocked. You know, beside yourself. Wow. I went on the internet and showed my junk to people. And now I got a weird DM? Oh my god. Like, come on. So I made a post to that effect of like, wow, you really want me to believe that you're that dumb? That's crazy. That's kind of insulting. You think we're that stupid that we'll believe you? And you want us to think you're an idiot? That's just weird, man. Like, really? You didn't expect this? No, I think you did. And a bunch of people took it completely out of context. Oh, Ad City? Damn. All right, well, I will wait to finish the story. But that's okay. I am dumb, yes. I'm very dumb. What's an ad? You know, Frantic, I've never seen one on Twitch. So I'm not really sure. But I'm told that they suck. And not in a fun way. Yeah, we'll finish that story out in a hot second. It shouldn't be too long. Yeah, ad break ends in a minute. So should be soon. Regardless of where I am here or Twitch, there are no ads. Good. Yeah, Turbo's pretty nice too. I just don't get them. I don't know why. I'm told that ad blocker doesn't work. Wait, has this music been playing? Yeah. AOL dial-up is ending. Good. Yeah, it's only on Twitch. It is on the VOD track. Yeah, when I do just chatting, I put on some like actual music in the background. One of the main perks of being on Twitch. In there, you can have Brave block the ads, but if you do that, it can lead to issues with logging in. Silence in YouTube. Yeah, I don't have a good way to do that. So YouTube just has to suffer. Because otherwise I just play generic music in the background and it gets a little boring after like the second hour, you know? Anyway, to finish out that story. So basically, you know, I had made all these observations pretty early on and I was like, you know, yeah, I'll make fun of them. I think they deserve it. Same for your sultry voice. Oh dear. Oh, save. Ah. Oh dear. Anyway. Yeah, so I made all those observations. I kind of puzzled that out. Like, oh, so they're... Okay. Sorry, let me back up for a second. Something really important I want you all to think about. Forever, going forward. When you see something, ask yourself the most important question that you can. Why did they post this? What is their motive? What do they want? Because I know very few people who are brain empty enough to just willy-nilly post whatever. There are a few, and I've seen them, and it's interesting to watch, but there's not that many. So you're pretty safe saying, oh yeah, they want something. My brain stopped at the post of the lady realizing that ducks are birds. You haven't gotten past that, huh? Yeah, so the motive is important. You know, when someone posts something like that, you know, the whole like fake shock sort of thing. The reason they would do that, and the reason I'm very convinced that it's fake, is because people love that stuff. One person posted it, probably genuine, and then there was like a flood of like dozens. And it was like, okay, this is not happening all at once. I don't believe you. You're all full of baloney. Either this was sent to you a long time ago, someone else that you know sent it to you because you asked them to, or like somehow in some way, I don't believe you. I think you're making it up now. And we'll get to that in a minute, Dreamer. So, you know, the motive is important, because otherwise it's like, well, why did you post it? It's never for no reason, especially with people who have broader motives like growth and getting attention. Well, those are the reasons that they probably, you know, posted that. It wasn't just to, you know, share a silly haha. Almost never is. Same thing with poorly worded questions. You know, people post questions that have like basically a bomb built into them, where the one keyword turns the entire discussion into a absolute hellhole. If you just removed the keyword, it wouldn't even be an important question. It would be worthless. Interactions mean monetization. Exactly. So I, you know, work all that out. So I say, okay, I'm going to make fun of them by saying, basically calling them stupid in a slightly roundabout way, where I basically, I smugly mocked them as being like, you know, you did something that would probably result in that. And that's why they can get away with it, right? That's why the average user will believe them, is, you know, they post ass or whatever, you know, publicly. And it's like, okay, so you did that. You get this, and you're shocked? Not disgusted or anything, that's fine. But shocked? I don't believe you. I think you expected this. I think you'd be an idiot if you didn't expect this to happen. If this was genuinely a shocker. And again, I want to stress, these are people who like post the whole thing. They're not just like, oh, look at my boopa. They're like, it's everything. It's all out there. And then it's like, oh, but I'm shocked. It's like, no, you're not. No, you're not. Oh no, how could folks interact like this at all though, Tay? This is completely unexpected. Yeah, exactly. So, you know, I poked fun at that. And say blue site when I'm on Blue Sky. Wait, you mean the other blue site? No, I don't think that's ever happening. You don't want to see that, trust me. I'm not in great shape. I'm not in awful shape, but I'm not in great shape. There's nothing special going on here. I'm perfectly average. Perfectly fine. You know. I've never had a girlfriend complain about me. But I've never had her go on about me either. You know? And by that I mean my physical fitness and that sort of thing. But, you know, I've been working on that. That's what, like I said earlier, I'm cutting calories. I'm trying. I could stand to lose 20 pounds. Wouldn't hurt. And that's kind of the goal. At least 20. I could probably go higher. But it depends on, you know, muscle and things like that and like how much I actually have. But yeah, working on it. Anyway, probably never going to get a blue site though. Not really my thing. Anyhow, so I posted that on Blue Sky and Twitter, both. Twitter got like nothing. Nobody interacted with me ever there in the first place, so people still really don't. I get a few, but I debated saying proof or I don't believe. You were not going to get that proof. It was just going to be, oh well. Yeah. You know, I think I've lost about 5 pounds over the last month or so, which isn't a lot, but you know, you gotta move. I gotta move in some direction. I really don't want to try and move fast. That sounds awful. You know, eating like significantly less food sounds painful. The hunger pangs would be. Oof. Anyway, yeah. So I posted that on both, and on Blue Sky, people are a little more politically touchy there. Let's say, which is a reason I definitely don't post as much there, because people tend to get a little antsy. Considering you're hitting the 30s, you best keep it going. Yeah, that's one of my bigger incentives is like, I gotta get in shape before I get old. Even if that shape is like not anything impressive, just a shape other than round is where I want to be headed towards, you know? So, you know, anyway. So yeah, I posted it both on Blue Sky. People took it very much the wrong way. They were like, oh, so you hate sex workers. I'm like, oh my God, no. Like, no, definitely not. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that I don't buy their baloney when they're telling me they're shocked. That's all I'm saying. And they just kept going on about how, like, well, this is how it sounded. And it was like, oh my God, it is. Am I in high school? Like, you can't just say, oh, okay, fair, dude. Like, can't assume the best, can we? Even if you don't believe me, just assume the best, you know, that kind of attitude. Because like, I didn't call anyone out. If I did, it probably would have been easier to get away with explaining myself. You know what I mean? You really want an answer to that? Answer to what? But no, like if I had just given them the example, they'd probably be like, oh yeah, that's obvious. And I would have been like, yeah. But I didn't want to call anyone out. Because like I said, I want to assume the best of everyone. But like, on the whole, I don't buy it. Yeah, maybe that one particular person, maybe it was real. But all 30 of them? I don't think so. Like I think the averages are telling me no. That Blue Sky is basically high school. Oh yeah, no, I knew that. I mean, Twitter ain't much better, but it's a different kind. Twitter is like, it's become kind of like young Facebook. And by young, I mean young user base, which is really weird. Because like conservatives are more welcome there, but there's still like a strong, like left-leaning presence as well. So it's a real mix. And I have no idea how the algorithm works there. Blue Sky doesn't have much of one, so. Although, I think it's funny. I have a lot of followers on Blue Sky. I'm fairly certain almost all of them have left. Because almost none of them interact with me when I do post. And you know, I still do post. Like I almost always see the same names. And there are some people there I do like. It's the only thing that draws me back. So everyone else I know is on both or Twitter alone. But yeah, I realized pretty quickly, I'm fairly certain a lot of people blocked me over that post because they, again, assumed that, like, I meant the worst thing possible. Arctic Monkeys, the neighborhood. I think this is Arctic Monkeys. It is Arctic Monkeys. It's 505. So you're really close. Yeah, so I used to get more engagement on Blue Sky, but I have just interacted with more people on Twitter. I think it takes longer, but there's, for one, there's more people on Twitter in the very beginning. But you can also, I think once you get past like the site assuming you're a bot, because I think it just assumes everyone is at the start, as you engage more, it assumes that less and less, and eventually gets around to being like, oh, you're just a guy. Okay, cool. And it'll like let people see your posts, and you'll get, you know, more traction and things like that. Not tons. I mean, I'll be very blunt here and say I do think there's like a very real debuff to being a guy in VTubing, because the built-in audience mainly is here for women. Just, I mean, it's just, I think that's just a fact. It's not like no one's conspiring against me, but I think that's just true, you know, because that's the majority of people who are, you know, successful in VTubing is women. A lot of the agencies will basically, not exclusively, they have token characters, I think, but they'll basically only hire women, especially in the majority. It being perceived on the internet, I don't think I could ever post anything others could see. I have posted so much stuff that people can see. I have been criticized so much by people I don't know. I don't care anymore. I don't care what someone I don't know thinks. I do care about what the people I know think. I'm not so egotistical that I think that I'm better than them. But like if I've literally never spoken to you, I don't really care if you don't like my Gary's Mod add-on. I don't care. I just don't. If you think it should work differently, that's good for you, buddy. You know, doesn't matter to me. But if my friend were to come to me and say, hey, could you tweak this for me? I'd be right on it. You know, it's different. So yeah, now, the thing is, most people don't care about what you post. You have to really, I think, try to get attention on the internet. It's very rare that it happens accidentally, and you gotta put in effort. Or take a huge risk. Or both. The big risk thing is what a lot of people do to actually get any kind of traction early on. I mean, the number of VTubers that I've seen. Okay, then. I just had a fly on my arm. Cool. I think I killed it. Okay. I don't know why it was just chilling there. Hey, tweet Edith my pussy. No, I can't. I don't think I can. Okay, next time that we do a chat writes a tweet, you can put that in. We'll work that in there somewhere. But I won't just tweet that alone. We'll make it part of something bigger, something greater, better. But yeah, I think just in general, you're going to get less traction as a guy, especially early on. I mean, we have a bad reputation from other VTubers saying negative things about us, on the whole, because they've had bad experiences, which are like, that's valid. You know, they're bad experiences. That is like, it's valid that they complain. And to a certain extent, I then understand that they generalize. That's just how things work. So, yeah, that's something you got to kind of get past. You have to have I feel like a body of work, essentially, a background. People to say, okay, so like, but are you one of those, As gross as that feels, you kind of got to prove that you're not one of them. So that's just part of it, I guess, unfortunately. And I think the longer you're around, the easier it is to kind of, for one, get yourself comfortable. That's something that has changed a lot for me over the last year. I'm a lot more comfortable. Like your name with no letters or special characters, just raw and deep letters. Oh my gosh. I think once you're more comfortable in all those things and you settle in, you have content that people can look at and things like that. It's a little easier for people to engage with you. And then also, once they see that you've been there, like, oh, this guy's been here for like a year and no one said anything bad about him, except maybe like that one time where he was a little insensitive, but nothing major. I guess I do. I didn't know I did. Yeah, you've been following on Twitch for 5 months ish. Yeah, it is pretty standard for stream elements. I'm not a fan of stream elements. They're an AI enabler. I don't like that. So I don't really engage with it more than I need to. I have it around in case people want to use the commands and stuff, but I don't really I don't actively use their tooling and stuff. And by AI, I mean like they're pretty pushy with it. I don't like that. You make command to count check-ins. So if you use StreamerBot, it's not hard. StreamerBot has a lot that you can do, and that is one of the things. So remember the first stream I joined of yours? Give me 1 sec, I'll find it. Good luck. Good luck. I have archived some of the oldest streams I had because they were like really low quality compared to my standards now. So I think Clay, you started watching me after those, so you should be able to find it. It was probably Peggle. Think you use StreamerBot? You should. If you don't, you should. Strongly recommended. Love StreamerBot. It's actually how I read chat. I use their chat widget and I have an auto hotkey that will lower the opacity of the window, pin it basically, and make it unclickable. So it's always on top. You can't touch it. It's right on screen. This way I don't have to look up at a chat to see what people are saying. It's right on my screen, right in front of my game. Pretty cool. I can always explain it sometime, like in detail if you ever want. But I know tons of people have like different solutions. They're all great, but that's just the one I like. A little more control. Yeah, StreamerBot has counters and things like that that you can just keep track of. I think there's even like a commands. I have it open, I can just look. Yeah, there's commands. So in StreamerBot, under the commands tab, you can just add a command there and set it up to keep track of it, like per user and things like that. ZZZ is a lot of fun, but wow, that's a lot of words from 10 months ago, YouTube says. Wow. Yeah, we're getting there. We're almost to a year. I do have some things planned. I was going to do affiliate anniversary. I mean, we're going to do something, but that might not end up being the major celebration. I have plans for whatever the big one is, but I'm trying to decide exactly when it'll be. It's mainly based on when my 2.0 model is done. It was going to be done sooner. However, and this is not bad news, this is great news. My artist and rigger, Gnome, is going to be taking a course on basically how to rig better, how to do a better job of it. Two different channels I frequent have an Addison command because I talk about her a lot, and so I have a command that just says who Addison is. Oh my gosh. Right. So my artist is taking a course, and they're going to be learning a lot about rigging. It's like I think it's like 20 or 30 something sessions. And they were like, hey, if you want, because I've always asked them about, like, pushing the tech, getting ViewBridger on my model and things like that. Like, I need a model to work on anyway to do this course. If you are willing to wait, I can just use yours that I'm already working on and, go from there. I was like, heck yeah, please do. But of course, that means it will take longer. So we're going to have to wait. I mean, you can see what it'll look like more or less if I pull up some of the art. I mean, you've probably seen it in the Discord. Let me just pull up one of the ones I really like. I'm still waiting on quite a bit of art to come back too. I found a lot of really inexpensive artists. Not what I wanted. Come on, here we go. Hey, for anyone curious why I always look up to do things, it's literally just because there's a massive monitor above my main monitor. That's where I have to look to see things on OBS and whatnot. So that's one of them. My fave Tayar is the one I did for him. My favorite is everything and anything. So that's one of the pieces. That's what Yuma made. Let's see, what else do I have on deck, as it were. Oh, this one's really good. Yodogama made this one. Here, let's just move it down here. It's more of like an active piece, which I don't have many of those. So I was really excited. Another one that's being worked on right now is also going to be a very like active, action-y type piece. And I'm really hyped for that too. I will say art is not cheap. I said inexpensive, but I do mean inexpensive, not cheap. Like, actually, my favorite is your profile picture on Twitch/YouTube. Oh, the one that Bug made. Bug. I don't think they're open for comms right now, but it's this one. I would like to see if I can get them to make a new one, just based on the 2.0. Bug. I have their link. So ready. For all of this art, and this goes for obviously everybody, if you ever want to look at the actual like VGen shop of the artist who made it, if you go to my website, I think that is which I think it's this command. If you go to that website and you go to the art credit, art plus credits, there's a big old grid at the bottom of that shows the art and the artist, and it will give you a link, the best link I have basically, for you to go and commission them. I think the only one that isn't VGen is Patient, because he's just another streamer. I think I got that because I donated during a donathon. That was like one of the rewards. Was the little silly tay. Hey, does your website have Tay tarot cards? Is that what I gathered, or did I make that up? I think you made that part up. There's a grid of artwork, but there's no... Yeah, there's no death card. That's not a thing there. You could try to make tarot cards with the art, I guess. I can't stop you. Tarot cards. Oh my god. I guess we're getting into astrology, boys. That'd be crazy. Wouldn't that be expensive? Now I'm thinking about it, right? Like, if I wanted to get an actual set of like tarot card art that would match the proper theme of each tarot card, that would be hella expensive. I think I'm just gonna have to wait until that happens on its own, and then I will make the joke. I'm gonna make a note so that I never forget that I have to eventually make the joke. Just major or also minor? I mean, probably start with major, and if the joke is well received, go for minor. I imagine getting both is a lot more, so. I don't know anything about tarot, but my friends are really into it. There's quite a few cards, if I'm not mistaken. Especially if you're including the minor. I think it's about 74 to 76 cards, 22 majors, I think. That sounds about right. I have friends who are really into it. Or had, I guess. We talked about that earlier. Yeah. But yeah, they were really into it. And those decks were kind of big. Essen Ray has tarot cards on her website that's based on her music. That's crazy. Well, let me pull up the... Let's see. Firefox. Let's see. That's not helpful. I was hoping I could have like a dark mode, but here we are. I guess we'll just leave it up there. All right, let me go find all the cards. This is not what I want. Oh gosh. Here we go. Anytime Tay BRB is, I have a staring contest with his model. I mean, I'm still here. What are you talking about? I'm just focused. Okay, so we have quite a few. The Fool, the Magician, the High Priestess, the Empress, the Emperor, the Hierophant, the Lovers, the Chariot. I can already think of a few for some of these, right? Like for the Lovers, that art of me and Dem, perfect. Works every time, right? No problem. Strength, maybe. The Hermit. I don't really think I have anything for that. Wheel of Fortune is I don't know, I could come up with something. Justice, no clue. Hanged Man, nothing. Death, I have actually nothing. Yeah, like so many of these are just like, yeah, I don't know how I would make that work. As a punishment, wheel spin is a Wheel of Fortune. Oh my gosh. Death is you in a cloak. Wait, I have an image for that, actually. Let me go find it real quick. It's me from my reference. Same thing with horoscopes, very vague, but I think they're fun and can give motivation. Yeah, to a certain extent. You just gotta be careful, you know? Yeah, so that one right there. But yeah, maybe eventually, once I have lots of art and like fan art and stuff, this will be more doable. But yeah, I can imagine a few of these working out. I think if we tried to do it with like me, Dem, I mean, really just between me and Dem, we could probably fill out quite a bit of it. Question is, would it be like funny and interesting? So that's the bigger problem. I always forget that you guys can sit. That's a command. It's real. You can sit. He's sitting right now. All right. Need to visit the Tay website. It's a pretty good one. On mobile, it should work pretty nicely. I've updated it recently with the new art and stuff. Yeah, there was some other art too. Just for new stuff that maybe you haven't seen. Okay, here we go. Let me find it. Okay, the one Platt made is really good too. Way more feminine than any of the other ones. Which I think I kind of succeeded in making the outfit a little more leaning towards masculine, because most artists have leaned that way so far. But it's not like strictly, which means that I hit the nail on the head here. How's it having website? I mean, it doesn't do anything for me other than maybe help people find stuff. How's it work? So that's through Card. They basically have a website builder. It's not like super simple, but it's pretty easy. They host it for you. It's free. What is this song? This song is Life Forced by Tasinski. Oh, that is probably an Eastern European name. Yeah, Tasinski. See, that's what I'm saying. I need one of those before I can like really go on length about the song, because those exist. I just haven't picked one. I looked around a bit, but I didn't commit. So that's where I'm at. And why I haven't started like really reviewing the music that you've sent in. I mean, and there is a fair bit of it. So it's going to take me a minute to work through it, but we'll do it eventually once I'm ready. I want it to be, you know, good. Like with what Dreamer was saying earlier, had no clue we were listening to music over here because it's just not, it's not on screen. So I have to get that done. Give the artist name in chat. Yeah. That is their name. As well as it's two people. This isn't even actually my stream list. My stream list is way longer. Yeah, so those two artists on that last one. I need to update my stream list, I think, a little bit. Add some things. Oh, no. I think it's all here. Cool. Oh, yeah, what else we got? I think I have one or two other pieces. That one. Oh, you guys haven't seen this one yet, I don't think. So this one's by Kinorin. This one is way more suggestive than any other thing that I have, I think. Not by, like, it's not a huge difference, but it's just, like, the facial expression is definitely a little more, you know, than anything else that I have. So it's like this is the furthest I've gotten in that direction. But it looks nice. It's very much like their style. None of it is boring. So my strategy, right? Crazy strategy. I go to artists. I find ones that are willing to do like the surprise me, do whatever you want stuff. And I say, I want you to experiment. I want you to do something interesting. I want you to like push your boundaries. Do what you want, what you think will be cool. Like, please don't try to please me. Just make something. I mean, you know, maybe not something awful. You know, some obvious boundaries should apply, and they kind of get that, I think. But you know, like, try something, and they almost always do, and I love that they do it. They always come up with something really, really excellent. I love my artists. T made this one. I should do more of that. And they're cheaper too, which is the crazy part. They're just like, oh yeah, I can do whatever I want and you can pay me less. And it's like, wait, what? I don't have to tell you what I want. I feel like, okay, so if I was gonna like PNG tube, this would work perfectly. just stick me in the corner here. Or sorry, this corner, since I'm facing that way. And just when I talk, it'll just, you know, vibrate or whatever. It's another great one. But this one's more casual, you know? It's like I'm sitting down. But yeah, I think hey, here's one with the background. This one's definitely my favorite so far, just because it is so different from everything else I have. Rose Toy Royale stream. Oh my god. I don't think you can do that on Twitch. But it's like, it's very active. It uses every detail, every aspect. You can see things really clearly. I really like this one. Just because of like, just everything together with it being different, really high quality, really high detail, attentive to the details. Like, it's just, this is really good. The only thing I haven't explored much yet, and this is something I do have to make sure that Gnome is aware of this. One of the things I want to do with the 2.0 is make all of the like accent lighting, because you know how I can, sorry, there we go. How I can light up red or blue. What I actually want to do is have that lighting be white, because VTube Studio has this awesome feature that lets you control the color of a layer. With StreamerBot, I'm fairly certain, I will have to double check the details, but I'm fairly certain I can. Is there made outfit? Yes. Made outfit is coming along, don't you worry. Let me see. Let me go double check this real quick while I'm thinking about it. Because I think, yeah, I can trigger a hotkey. You can also apply a color tint. Yeah, so I would probably do the color tint one, but like there's several ways to do it where you can just target specific parts of the model to color it. And I would just color, you know, instead of having a specific blue or a specific red version that toggles on or off, you guys would be able to either select just colors. I'll have some like typical ones that people like. And then I'll have the option for you to input an RGB code that will just be applied all on its own. So you'll be able to just give me a color, very literally. And I can program this so I can make it pretty robust. So you don't have to like be like super strict about how you enter it. I can do all the cleanup and stuff and extract what you mean. Perks of having your VTuber also be a programmer, I guess. Yeah, that's my goal with that. I haven't really stressed that to the artists that they can change the color, and I should. I submitted Tay for the streamies for best creator, best streamer, best VTuber, best of the best. I have no idea either, I'll be honest. I don't pay attention to those things. I basically only watch, and I say this very loosely with the word watch. I have very little time in general, but what I do watch is a mix of people I already know and want to keep up with, and I try to explore other smaller creators. But it is difficult. There are a lot of people, and there's only one of me, and I have a job, tragically. So, only so much time in the day. Yeah, okay, so it is like 2 a.m. I've gotten carried away. And I think it's time to say goodnight. But I've had a lot of fun tonight. Thank you all for being here. I'm gonna find someone to send you all off to. We'll make it quick. Heading off to Frantic. Understandable. It is late. Let's see if there's anyone I like know. No one I'm particularly familiar with. Okay. What's the longest raid stream ever? What do you mean exactly? Oh my god. What happened to my video? Okay, so that's not good. Like the rain train never ends. I have no idea. But I think my OBS is like choking for some reason. So I'm just gonna send you guys out. No clue what's up with that. All right, well, hopefully you guys can still hear me and everything all right. Have a great night. Thank you all for being here. We'll be back tomorrow in 13 hours. 13 hours. We'll be back. Uh-oh. All right, I better go to bed. You guys have a great night, and